Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2885. Ming opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After the old woman finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Mao and smiled. This is the child with the bloodline of the great god Shibai? Junior Xiao Mao greets Ji-man. Xiao Mao quickly bowed. Li Zongbao and the others, who had been waiting for an opportunity, also quickly bowed. Yes, Ji-man. Ming was a little impatient when he saw Ji-man and actually forgot his etiquette. Only now did he come to his senses and hurriedly introduced. This is Xiao Mao. These are his senior brothers and sisters from the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then, Ming told her the names of the 3 people. Obviously, Ji-man was only interested in Xiao Mao. His gaze swept past Li Zongbao and the others before landing on Xiao Mao alone. He seemed to be scrutinizing him, and after a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said something strange. Naturally, Xiao Mao responded calmly. The 2 of them talked for a while. Then Ji-man frowned and stopped. She looked away, as if she was thinking about something. Ji-man, Ming knew that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand, so she whispered, after asking for so long, "Can you confirm that Xiao Mao is the descendant of Ji-man?" Humph. Ji-man glanced at Ming and said coldly, "He doesn't have any impression of his mother, and according to him, ever since he was born, his mother and father were by his side. According to what I know, for the last 100 years, no Patriarch Wu and Ji-man from Shibai village had ever left Meng Mountains. Also, according to Xiao Mao's age, he might be related to the current Ji-man of Shibai village, but Ji-man doesn't have any children." This. Ming was a little stunned. She thought that even if she didn't know the secret of Shibai village, her Ji-man would know. Who knew that Ji-man also didn't know about Xiao Mao's background? Looking again, Xiao Mao was also at a loss. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. But Xiao Mao's shaman? Ming asked. Ji-man also said curiously, "Yes, this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao's bloodline is extremely pure. From the looks of it, it is even purer than the current Ji-man of Shibai village. His mother or father? Who exactly is it?" Upon hearing this, Ming seized the opportunity to ask, "Ji-man, isn't the nether passage mirror in my Hutu stronghold able to see the state of the netherworld? Boy, I remember that treasure hasn't been used for many years, right?" "Yes, that's true. If I can see Xiao Mao's mother or father's face, perhaps I can think of something." Ji-man nodded his head slightly. But he gave Ming a glance and said with a deep voice, "Ming, even though Xiao Mao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, he doesn't have anyone to rely on in Meng Mountains. With just his 3 senior martial brothers and senior martial sister, I'm afraid it's harder for him to earn a place for himself in Shibai village. Let alone wanting to be like you." However, at this point, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, even if Xiao Mao can't obtain the position of Elder Wu in Shibai village, there is still a suitable place for him in Tian village." Upon hearing this, Ming's face turned awkward, while Xiao Mao's lips curled into a wry smile. "Ji-man," Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, it took a lot of effort to repair the soul-setting lamp, and I wish to light it up as soon as possible. Ji-man, please make the decision and see when we can start the ceremony." Lighting up the soul-setting lamp is an important matter for our Hutu stronghold. We can't be reckless. Unexpectedly, Ji-man waved her hand and said, "Elder Wu is not in Hutu stronghold now, and even Yen has gone out to kill the ferocious beasts. If I start the ceremony in a hurry, not only will it be unjustified, it will also be unfair to Yen, right?" "Then where did Elder Wu go? When will he be back?" Ming asked. "Elder Wu received the Witch King's order and went to Witch God Ridge. Although he didn't say anything, I guess it's because of the change of the weather in Meng Mountains." Ji-man didn't hide anything from Ming and explained, "All the elders are helpless about the change of the weather. I'm afraid it's hard for them to come up with a solution. As for when Elder Wu will be back, it's hard to say." "I see." If Elder Wu was here, Ming would definitely tell him about the millet seed, but facing Ji-man, Ming couldn't help but keep her guard up. Moreover, she also knew that Yen would never be able to come back. This soul-loss lamp lighting ceremony couldn't be started in Ji-man's hands, so she could only wait for Elder Wu to come back. "Boy, are you going to bring Xiao Mao to the ancestral shrine now?" Ming asked tentatively. After Xiao Mao uses the Netherlink mirror, Boy will bring the troops to Xueqi Mountain. Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shi Bai. It's not appropriate for him to meet the sacred beast of Hutu's stronghold. Ji-man waved her hand and said, if he offends the sacred beast, we can't bear the responsibility. As for Xueqi Mountain, it's up to you. It's good that you can help little Six. Yes, Boy understands. Boy, take out the Netherlink mirror. Ziming nodded. Ji-man hesitated for a moment then said, since your soul-setting lamp has been fixed, Ziye's matter should be made public. There have been a lot of rumors over the years. Yes, Boy understands. Ziming replied. Also, Ji-man continued, this is your last chance to light up the soul-setting lamp. If you can't light it up, the chance will be given to Ziyen. Otherwise it will be too unfair to him. Yes, Boy understands. Ziming's expression didn't change. If there's nothing else, Boy will take his leave. You can all go now. Ji-man nodded. However, this old woman has to remind you. Regarding Shibai's stronghold, don't get too involved. Otherwise, it won't be good for you or our Hutu stronghold. Yes, Boy will be careful. Go, bathe for 3 days before entering the ancestral shrine. Don't offend the sacred beast. Ji-man waved her hand and reminded them. After Ziming and the others bowed and left, Ji-man frowned as she looked at their backs. She clapped her hands and called, men. Yes, Ji-man. A servant girl hurried into Xueqi Pavilion. Send the palace guards out to take a look. Young Master Ziyen has been in Xueqi Mountain for so long. Why hasn't he sent back any message? Ziming is back. Why hasn't he come back? If he doesn't come back soon, there will be no place for him in Hutu's stronghold. Yes, this servant understands. The servant girl was obviously Ji-man's confidant. As she answered, she whispered, young Master Ziyen has always been ambitious. If he can find the beast that is affecting our Meng Mountains, it will be a great contribution to our Meng Mountains. Even if he doesn't have the chance to light up the soul-setting lamp, he will definitely be able to ascend to the position of Grand Shaman. This old woman's position of Ji-man is still coveted by others. As for the position of Grand Shaman, based on the current situation, I'm afraid little Six will have to wait for many more years. Ji-man snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, you don't have the right to say such things. Hurry up and send the message. The servant girl didn't dare to say anything more. After she agreed, she lowered her head and left quickly. Sigh Ziyen, oh Ziyen, Ji-man looked at the servant girl's back and sighed. It's all because of your bad luck. Even though this old woman helped you so much, that girl still managed to repair the soul-setting lamp. This time, if you can really kill the beast, this old woman might. Ji-man's voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside Xueqi Pavilion. A soft voice respectfully sounded from outside. Ji-man of Jing Apple Stronghold has come to visit. She said that she has something important to ask of Ji-man. Ji-man stopped sighing and thought for a while before saying, let her in. This old woman hasn't seen her for many years. I wonder what strange thing she has done this time? Yes, this servant understands. The voice outside answered, and then hurried away. Xiao Mao and the others came out of Xueqi Pavilion in silence. After they came out of the corridor, Ziming looked at Xiao Mao's face and comforted him. Young Master Xiao, Ji-man doesn't know, but there is still Grand Shaman. When Grand Shaman returns, you can ask him more. Your bloodline is so pure. I believe Grand Shaman will also support you. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. Bloodline is indeed important, but power and connections are equally important. Ji-man is right. I'm all alone now. There's no way I can shake Grand Shaman and Ji-man's position. Not to mention Xiao Mao's position is not legitimate. Nothing can be more ambitious than this. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. He sneered and said, don't forget what you wanted to do when you first came to Meng Mountain. Why is it that as time passes, your thoughts have increased? Don't you think your goal is too big? When Xiao Mao heard this, his heart trembled. When he first came to Mount Million Meng, he was there to accompany Li Zongbao. Initially, he didn't have any other thoughts, and just took it as an ordinary trip. But when he realized he had something to do with Mount Million Meng, he began to think about how to find out the truth behind his parents' death, so he could avenge them. Then when he gained the approval of Patriarch Wu and Ji-man, he began to think about how to gain the approval of more people in Shi by stockade. And now, he was actually thinking about how to push Patriarch Wu and Ji-man down, and become the Patriarch of Wu himself. Thinking about it carefully, it really felt like a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Big brother is right. Xiao Mao nodded. I'm thinking too much. My goal this time is to find out my origins and see if I can avenge my parents. The possibility of revenge is not high. Xiao Hua shook his head. Your enemy is a nascent soul cultivator. Now, Hanba might be able to help you, but you can't bring Hanba to the cultivation world, right? I understand. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. As long as I have the bloodline power of great god Shibai, I can avenge them sooner or later. Young Master Xiao, I've asked someone to arrange a quiet room for me. I'll take a bath and cleanse my body in the next few days. After entering the ancestral hall and meeting the sacred beast, I'll invite the netherbound mirror out and meet you. Zi Ming was also a little distracted, as if he was thinking about how to deal with Ji-man. He accompanied Xiao Mao and the others to a side hall and cupped his hands as he spoke. It's okay. Xiao Mao looked at the maidservant standing on the left and smiled. I'm already very grateful to be able to borrow the netherbound mirror of Hutu's stronghold. Chapter 2886. Immediately, Zi Ming looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, turned around and left. Xiao Hua and the others, under the guidance of the maid, found a quiet room in the palace. After the maid left, Xiao Hua looked at the huge quiet room and couldn't help but smile. Damn, I'm afraid this is the biggest quiet room I've ever seen in my life. Yes, this quiet room was actually 100 feet in size. The four walls were engraved with strange characters. Some were similar to the inscriptions on armor, some were similar to the green seal text, and some were even similar to the golden seal text. It looked neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, among these characters, there were still many fist-sized patterns, and there were many stories and situations inside. Xiao Hua leaned in front of a stone wall with interest. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the pattern, his heart suddenly moved. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. Without setting up any array, he sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. Everything in the space was normal. Since Goldie swallowed Qing Xian's avatar, it had been sleeping. Obviously, this avatar was more nutritious than the previous golden core. Zhang Luer was also sitting at the edge of the space, showing no signs of waking up. Compared to Zhang Luer's silence, Xiao Hua's human form primordial spirit was extremely noisy. This primordial spirit was in a barren place. Its hands were waving tirelessly, and a series of seals were cast at an extremely fast speed. These seals didn't have any ripples of magic power at all. Alas, this is not the way. Xiao Hua looked at this primordial spirit, and his heart was quite distressed. Do I really have to let this primordial spirit cultivate? Besides, this primordial spirit has no meridians in its body. How can it cultivate? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind lit up again. Yes, don't I have meridians all over my body? Can I build meridians all over the body in this primordial spirit? This thought just flashed through his mind. What a big movement that was. Xiao Hua didn't have any ability to do this at all. Besides, even if there are meridians, the spiritual energy in this space. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, why am I so stupid? The spiritual energy in this space is released by reverse light. It's light, not the real spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Or maybe it's different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Dawn Rain continent. What's the use of the Dawn Rain continent's incantations? Firstly, I can't activate the magic power in my body. Secondly, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in the air. Naturally, I can't create a fireball. But, how do I mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this space? Xiao Hua unconsciously sank into deep thought. The primordial spirit in the space also sat down cross-legged, just like Xiao Hua in the quiet room in the main hall. After an unknown period of time, the hand of the primordial spirit suddenly moved. It seemed to be a move. Then, the primordial spirit jumped up from the ground. Its hands and feet moved as well. The Big Dipper magical fist was actually in the hands of the primordial spirit. Waves of heaven and earth spirit chi danced along with the Big Dipper god fist, surging within the primordial spirit's hands. Then, it penetrated into the primordial spirit's hands, and a trace of brilliance began to surge. The primordial spirit didn't know how many times it had performed the Big Dipper magical fist. The brilliance between its hands became more and more brilliant. Then the primordial spirit stopped. Its hands inexplicably danced, and the brilliance immediately dimmed. When the brilliance disappeared, the primordial spirit once again danced with the Big Dipper magical fist, and the brilliance surged again. This cycle repeated several times. In the end, even if the primordial spirit didn't dance with the Big Dipper magical fist, the brilliance didn't fade or dim. Then, the primordial spirit sat down cross-legged again, and the fireball incantation in its hands was shot out again. However, this incantation was very slow. It seemed that the primordial spirit could control the brilliance, and it could change the incantation according to the intensity of the brilliance. Seeing that a trace of fire was about to be born from the brilliance, there was a movement outside the quiet room. Sigh, Xiaohua's mind sensed the movement in the space. He sighed and came out of the space. He knew that the 3-day period was already up. When will this young master be able to cultivate in peace? This didn't seem to be the first time Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thinking about it carefully, it was just as Xiaohua said. He really hadn't had a good closed-door cultivation several times. Thinking about other people, in order to improve their cultivation, they would go into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years, dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. Xiaohua, on the other hand, had only gone into closed-door cultivation for 3 years at most. It was really a pity that he couldn't digest and absorb so many cultivation methods, spells, and comprehensions. After the war, this young master must go into closed-door cultivation, and then, just as he got up, Xiaohua thought of this and smiled bitterly. After the war, I'm afraid I have to wake up Jiang Luer first, right? Opening the door of the hall, he saw Zi Ming standing outside. However, there was no smile on Zi Ming's face. Instead, there was a kind of anger. What's wrong? Zi. Xiaohua felt a little strange. He looked around and asked, where are Xiao Mao and the others? Aren't you going to use the netherworld mirror today? This young master has disappointed fellow Xiao. Zi Ming bit his lips and said in a low voice, today, I still can't use the netherworld mirror. What's the matter? Xiaohua was not surprised. Could it be that the netherworld mirror can't be used? That's not it. Zi Ming shook his head. The netherworld mirror hasn't been used for a long time. It can be used 3 times. However, just now, after this young master took a bath and changed clothes, I was about to go to the ancestral hall to ask for the netherworld mirror. G-Man sent someone to inform this young master, saying that G-Man of the Jing Apple village also came to ask for the netherworld mirror the day before yesterday. Moreover, she said that she wanted to use it twice. And because G-Man had promised this young master, but this young master told her about Xiao Mao, she thought that we could only use it once. Therefore, she had already promised G-Man of the Jing Apple village to let them use the remaining 2 times. Oh, Xiaohua said with some regret. This is troublesome. Senior brother Li came to Meng Mountain too. Alas, yes. Zi Ming said with some regret. It's all this young master's fault. I should have made it clear to G-Man that day. But I didn't expect that the netherworld mirror that no one has used for so many years would suddenly become a popular item. Haha, as the saying goes, there's no story without coincidences. Xiaohua comforted him. Zai, why don't you make it clear to G-Man and let the Jing Apple village wait for the next time? Alas, this young master will naturally do as fellow Taoist Xiao said. Zi Ming sighed. This young master just came from the Huai Xin Pavilion. G-Man of the Jing Apple village is also there. G-Man has already promised them, so it's not good to change her mind. What should we do? Xiaohua frowned. Although one of the purposes of Li Zongbao coming to Meng Mountain was to see Kai Zhuoxia's situation in the netherworld, compared to Xiao Mao, this matter was slightly inferior. Xiao Mao definitely had to use the netherworld mirror. However, if Li Zongbao didn't use the netherworld mirror, the knot in his heart would never be untied. It would be of no benefit to his future cultivation. Moreover, his Dao heart was damaged, and he needed to use this to make up for it. Therefore, Li Zongbao also had to use the netherworld mirror. Can't the Jing Apple village use it once? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. It would be best if the Jing Apple village could use it once. Unfortunately, the Jing Apple Village's G-Man has a good relationship with G-Man, so she didn't say anything. Ming said hatefully. Therefore, this young master got angry and simply didn't say anything. Furthermore, he wanted to use it 3 times in a row. At this time, it's not good to fall out with G-Man. Xiaohua looked around and whispered. Hee. Ming smiled and said. G-Man was also in a difficult position. Later on, she thought of a way to let the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior compete with us. Whoever wins will use it twice first and give the remaining time to the other party. A competition. Xiaohua was stunned. Among the few of us, only Xiao Mao has the power of the bloodline of a great god. However, he's just an amateur and can't be taken seriously. How can he be compared to a spirit warrior? Could it be Zai wants me to fight? Xiaohua seemed to understand the reason why Ming looked for him alone. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao, with this young master here, how can we be at a disadvantage? Ming smiled and said, the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior is an expert who has cultivated to the Meridian Heaven realm. Even this young master and the others are no match for him. How can Xiao Mao defeat him? Although fellow Taoist Xiao isn't afraid of those spirit warriors, how can this young master let fellow Taoist Xiao fight in Back Earth Village? Then, Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao, other than a competition, there are many other ways to determine the winner. Ming said with a smile. Oh Zai, tell me about it. Xiaohua was interested. Actually, it's nothing much. Ming explained, in the past few decades, the weather in Meng Mountain has changed greatly. The soul wood that I use for soul cultivation has become less and less. Even if I use the village's secret technique to cultivate it, it's still hard for it to grow. In another 10 days, the Netherworld Eye will open. G-Man said that whoever can get the soul wood from the Netherworld Eye first will be the winner. Soul wood. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It's the spirit tea that this young master gave fellow Taoist Xiao last time. It's so fragrant. Ming pursed his lips and said, that thing in Meng Mountain has a name called Daybreak Moon. It's used for cultivation. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, Zai, you're really extravagant. You actually used soul wood to make tea. How can poor people like us endure this? Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao, although Daybreak Moon can be used for cultivation, the Daybreak Moon can still be drunk as spirit tea. Ming said with a smile. You don't think that this young master will drink it directly with Daybreak Moon, do you? Hee. Xiaohua laughed mischievously. He really did think so. However, what Ming said was normal. After the Daybreak Moon was extracted with the soul thread, it still looked like a spirit tea. Xiaohua casually threw it away, but he didn't expect that the spirit tea that Ming drank was this. Seeing Xiaohua's silly smile, Ming curled his lips in annoyance. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out some Daybreak Moon. He said with a smile, what a coincidence. Last time, Zai gave me some Daybreak Moon. Later, I came across some at the secret auction in Sky Patrol City, so I exchanged some spirit stones for it. I thought that after the war, I would return to Shi country to find Zai to enjoy it together. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. With these Daybreak Moon, victory is in our hands. Chapter 2887. You actually have so many Dawnlight Moons? Seeing the Dawnlight Moon in Xiaohua's hand, Ming was shocked and regretful at the same time. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to look for the Dawnlight Moon. Ew. What? What does Zai mean? Xiaohua was shocked when he saw Ming's regretful expression. Alas! Ming slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are many types of soul wood. This Dawnlight Moon is only one of them. There are also Netherworld orchids, Netherworld bamboo, and so on. I know that the Dawnlight Moon in the Netherworld Eye has already been found by my Hutu village. How could it be easy to find? I vaguely remembered that there was a Netherworld orchid somewhere, so I rushed to find it and pushed the problem of the Dawnlight Moon to the Jing Apple village. If I had known that fellow Taoist Xiao had the Dawnlight Moon, I would have rushed to find it. Netherworld orchid? When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately thought of the Netherworld lotus he saw in the Netherworld land. That thing disappeared when it was stored in his space. Even if he wanted to take it out now, he couldn't. Fine. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This is fate playing tricks on people. Since Zai knows where the Netherworld Orchid is, we can just go and get it. Yes, that's right. Ziming put away his regret and smiled. I also had the same idea. Although I can't tell the direction in the Netherworld I have been there before. Moreover, I have a way to find that place. Although I don't have full confidence in winning with the Dawnlight Moon, I have a 70% chance of finding the Netherworld Orchid. Okay, I will tell Xiao Mao and the others. 10 days later, we will go to the Netherworld I. Xiao Hua nodded and said without asking about the situation in the Netherworld I. However, Ziming pulled Xiao Hua back and said with a bitter smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, that's the Netherworld I. It's not a place that's easy to get along with. Even if I go in, it's still somewhat dangerous. How about you all don't go? How can that be done? When Xiao Hua heard that Ziming wanted him to go in, he shook his head and said, Xiao Mao and the others don't have to go, but I must accompany you. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't use the Netherlink mirror. A smile appeared on Ziming's face as he shook his head and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew you would definitely go. Then the two of us will head to the Nether Eye. Young Master Xiao and the others don't have to go. With their cultivation, they might not be able to come out after going in. All right, we'll do as you say. Xiao Hua nodded. In addition, Ziyi and Ziming. Perhaps after 10 days, there will be an end to this. Ziming muttered to himself for a moment, sighed, and said a few words to Xiao Hua via sound transmission. And this Xiao understands. I will listen to Zai's instructions. Xiao Hua heard Ziming's words and nodded slightly. Then I'll go back and make some preparations. I'll come look for fellow Taoist Xiao in 10 days. Seeing that Xiao Hua agreed, Ziming smiled and left. After Xiao Hua sent Ziming off, he immediately explained to Xiao Mao and the others. When Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao heard that there was a change in the situation, they were also surprised. When they heard that Xiao Hua and Ziming were going to the Nethereye together, they knew that this was the best plan. No one said anything and only nodded at Xiao Hua, telling him to be careful. Fairy Hongxia's reaction was similar to the two of them. However, she curled her lips and her gaze seemed to have some other meaning. Immediately after, the three of them cultivated in silence. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly comprehended the Phoenix Order, Xiao Mao familiarized himself with the power of his bloodline, and Li Zongbao similarly nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip. As for Xiao Hua, of course, his mind entered the space again. At this time, his human primordial spirit could already release a simple fireball. Of course, whether it was the fireball technique or the fireball, it was very different from Xiao Hua's own. Not to mention that the fireball technique had changed a lot. Even the fireball was several times bigger than the outside. It seems that the strength of this technique has a lot to do with the density of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua looked at the fireball technique that was comparable to a talisman and curled his lips. In the next few days, Xiao Hua let his human primordial spirit familiarize himself with how to use the fireball technique. In the last few days, since he could use the fireball technique, Xiao Hua no longer let his primordial spirit try other techniques. Instead, he directly sent the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and the Samadhi true fire into the space and let his human primordial spirit try to control the alchemy technique. He also took some spiritual herbs and let him try it. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiao Hua's mind was about to leave the space again. However, the moment he left, his heart suddenly moved. He looked at the Kama hand in the air and made a plan in his heart. When he left the space, he immediately waved his hand and took out the other jade pendant that Jiuxia gave him. This was also a jade pendant with a faint 5-colored brilliance. It was the same as the jade pendant that recorded the sun-shrouding art. However, when Xiao Hua immersed his unrestored divine sense into the jade pendant, he saw the 4 simple characters. Before he could carefully examine them, the 4 characters quickly swayed. The instant they swayed, 4 vortexes appeared from the 4 characters. A feeling of the world spinning came from Xiao Hua's divine sense. His divine sense was immediately torn into 4 parts. Without any resistance, it was thrown towards the 4 vortexes. The divine sense that had never been restored was torn into 4 parts by these 4 vortexes. That pain was unbearable. This kind of unforeseen event was extremely fast. Xiao Hua only had time to think of resisting. At this critical moment, Jiuxia's beautiful face appeared in front of Xiao Hua's divine sense. the powerful suction force immediately disappeared. However, when the suction force disappeared, the 4 characters also disappeared behind Xueqi's smiling face. "Darling Xiao," Xueqi said with a smile, "you're being naughty again. Didn't this concubine say it before? This divination technique isn't something that can be easily seen. Divination has always been the most exhausting. Right now, your primordial spirit and divine sense haven't been strengthened, so you haven't reached the basic conditions to comprehend this divination technique. If you forcefully comprehend it, you'll definitely be exhausted and eventually turn into ashes. Fortunately, this concubine knew that you were very curious and would definitely secretly come to take a look. That's why this concubine stayed here to watch over you. It won't be too late for you to come here after you've mastered the sun-shrouding art. When you can comprehend this controlling the heavens and earth, this concubine will be able to come and see you again." Following Xueqi's smiling face, Xiaohua's divine sense was forcefully sent out of the jade pendant by Xueqi. Xiaohua's divine sense withdrew from the jade pendant. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt that his divine sense was already very powerful, comparable to that of a nascent soul. However, in front of the divine sense that Xueqi left in the jade pendant, in front of the words of the divination technique recorded in the jade pendant, it really couldn't withstand a single blow. "Xueqi, what is her cultivation level?" Xiaohua was really glad. This mysterious Xueqi was now a friend and not an enemy. Just based on this divine sense, Xiaohua knew that he was definitely not her opponent. Controlling the heavens and earth? Thinking about the secret technique recorded in the jade pendant that Xueqi mentioned, Xiaohua muttered to himself, "Just by looking at this tyrannical name, I can tell how powerful this divination technique is. Although my karma hand has always been improving, there hasn't been any clear results. If it's combined with this controlling the heavens and earth, there will definitely be some unexpected results. But this secret technique is so mysterious and the requirement for divine sense is also so high. It seems that without 100 years of bitter cultivation, it's impossible to even see it." Perhaps. Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart. He was holding the medicinal pill in his hand but couldn't eat it. It was really uncomfortable. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and thought about the karma hand he saw just now. Throwing it to that primordial spirit. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Even if there is a problem, isn't there still Xueqi's divine sense blocking it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua put the jade pendant into the space and his mind also entered it. He was a little nervous and a little expectant as he sent the jade pendant into the karma hand. At the same time, the primordial spirit that was swimming in the karma hand also jumped into the jade pendant. Oh? It really works. In Xiaohua's mind, bit by bit, information came from the primordial spirit. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Unfortunately, although Xiaohua's primordial spirit could comprehend the divination technique of controlling the heavens and earth, and according to the records in the jade pendant, this divination technique was different from the sun-shrouding art. The records were very detailed and there wasn't anything missing. However, the controlling the heavens and earth secret technique was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. The difficulty level far exceeded all the techniques Xiaohua had seen before. If I can comprehend it simply, how can I control the heavens and earth and predict the future? Xiaohua smiled. Since I can comprehend it, then it's good. Thinking about this, Xiaohua came out from the space with a smile on his face and walked toward the door of the hall. This was because there was already some noise coming from outside the palace. Xiaohua opened the door and saw Ziyi, who was escorted by dozens of serving girls, walking towards him with a smile on her face. When she saw Xiaohua, she cupped her fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've heard from Ziming that you've traveled thousands of miles to Meng Mountains to visit me. I'm really flattered." Looking at Ziming, who had changed into men's clothing and looked exactly the same as when he was in Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua cupped his fists and smiled. When we parted at Sky Patrol City, this Xiaohua missed Ziyi very much. Who would have thought that I would meet Ziming again in Meng Mountains? Only then did I know that Ziyi was actually a soul warrior from Hutu's stronghold. Ziyi, you really hid it from this Xiaohua. This little one also has some difficulties that I can't say. I've really wronged fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi stepped forward and took Xiaohua's hand. He smiled and said, "Moreover, this little one has been serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall these days and didn't have time to come and visit fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." Previously, Xiaohua didn't know that Ziyi was Ziming, so he didn't feel anything when he held Ziye's hand. Now that he knew Ziyi was Ziming, this soft little hand felt strange. Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi didn't care. He grabbed Xiaohua's hand and turned around to walk out of the hall. As he walked, he said with a smile, "This little one heard that Sister Ziming wanted to enter the Netherworld Eye with you. This little one can't delay any longer. This little one has entered the Netherworld Eye before, but Sister didn't. How can this little one let fellow Taoist and Sister take the risk?" Chapter 2888. Haha, then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiaohua snickered in his heart as he accompanied Ziyi out of the hall. Fairy Hongxia and the others also came out of the seclusion room. Fairy Hongxia and the others naturally received Xiaohua's message and pretended to greet Ziyi. However, when she saw Ziyi holding Xiaohua's hand, Fairy Hongxia's gaze fell on their hands and she unhappily curled her lips. Under Ziye's lead and the escort of a group of servant girls, the group passed through dozens of palaces and dozens of plazas before finally arriving in front of a palace. This palace was built on the side of a mountain, and its style was different from the ones they saw before. The palace's color was mainly black with occasional blood-red embellishments. Within the black, there were uneven lines that looked like bones and skeletons that covered the entire palace's outer walls. As for the palace's entrance, there were many beast heads. These beast heads were big and small and each of them looked extremely ferocious. Even their facial features were different. Xiaohua looked on with admiration in his heart. He really couldn't imagine where the craftsman who built this palace got so many strange beast heads. At this time, there were many spirit warriors lined up on both sides of the palace. These spirit warriors were uniform in size and wore black armor. This armor was somewhat similar to the sword armor of a sword cultivator, but there were also some beast heads on it and some strange bone patterns on it. It looked very mysterious. The spirit warriors lined up from the entrance of the palace for dozens of zhong until they reached the stairs and the large plazas. There were many palaces and plazas in the back earth stronghold. It seemed that there was a plazas in front of each palace. And the size of the plazas was related to the importance of the palace. Looking at the larger plazas, Xiaohua knew that this was a very important palace in the back earth stronghold. Looking at the plazas again, there were black banners all around. There were also some green patterns on the banners. The banners at the four corners of the plazas depicted 4 different types of soul beasts. Some had wings on their backs, some stood on clouds. The banners in the middle of these banners had some bone patterns and beast heads. Every banner swayed with the wind, and as they swayed, faint traces of black clouds appeared. On the contrary, the 4 huge banners at the 4 corners of the square were only slightly unfurled and did not flutter. It looked very strange. Under each banner stood a tall and sturdy spirit warrior. These spirit warriors were different from the spirit warriors who stood at the entrance of the hall. Not only were they tall and sturdy, but their muscles were also sturdy. Each and every one of them stood proudly and looked straight ahead. There were a few people standing in the plaza beneath the banner. These people were dressed differently, and all of them were rather old. In front of these people, near the stairs, there was a square stone table about 3 meters in size. The stone table was the color of bamboo and faintly glowed with light. Lying on top of it was a soul beast that was about 3 meters in size. This soul beast was even weirder. Its slender body was like a giant thumb, and there was a 1-foot-long beast head on its body. This beast head looked like a dog's head, but its eyes were slender and its nose was huge. Its mouth was slightly open, and a faint red tongue was sticking out. Wisps of white gas were coming out of the beast's mouth. The soul beast had 4 legs. The front 2 were slightly longer and were resting on the stone table. The back 2 were slightly shorter and were separated by the edge of the stone table. A pitch-black tail was swinging from time to time. Oh! Seeing the tail of the soul beast, Xiaohua's gaze followed the tail to the back of the soul beast. This pitch-black color led all the way to the back of the soul beast's head, as if there was a black sword on its back. The abdomen of the soul beast was pure white, without a single strand of mixed hair. Seeing Xiaohua's attention on the soul beast, Ziming whispered, "This soul beast is called Mingyu. It is a rare creature in Meng Mountains because it has a special soul. It seems to have been used as a sacrifice for the Netherworld Eye." Hearing this, Xiaohua's gaze swept across Mingyu's slightly squinted eyes. Those eyes were looking at the banners around the square. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were leisurely. It was as if he didn't know that he was at the end of his life. Sigh. A vague feeling arose in Xueqi's heart. He seemed to be able to feel the confusion and playfulness in Ming Yu's heart. The ignorant are fearless. Perhaps this is the case. Even at the end of one's life, being completely ignorant and not asking, perhaps this is a kind of happiness? As Zi Ming pulled Xueqi's hand and entered the square, many people's gazes were attracted. These people's gazes swept past Zi Ming and then landed on Xueqi. Although Xueqi wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, his different appearance and different temperament made it very easy for people to be surprised. Xueqi had already tempered his soul consciousness, and he had already felt a few soul consciousnesses sweeping across his body. These soul consciousnesses were slightly different from Buddhist consciousness and divine will. It was easy to distinguish whether they were hostile or friendly. Xueqi had already noticed that a few of them were hostile towards him. What is Ziyi doing? Xueqi was a little confused. Isn't this guy prepared to disappear? Why would he want me to appear here with him? While he was thinking, 4 people walked out from the crowd. These 4 people had a respectful look on their faces. They smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Ziyi, this old one hasn't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to disturb you from serving the sacred beast because of the trivial matters of my Jing Apple village. Damn it!" When they got close, they actually had to bow down and pay their respects. Zi Ming had a smile on his face as he hurriedly helped them up. Looking at the dark-skinned but spirited old man, Zi Ming said, "Elder Jilan, Zai is just a junior. He definitely isn't worthy of such great courtesy from you. Moreover, when Ziyi was young, Ziyi received guidance from you. Even now, Ziyi doesn't dare to forget it. Young master has a good memory." Elder Jilan's face lit up with excitement. His withered hands trembled in front of his chest. This old one has only told young master about soul consciousness a few times. Young master still remembers it. Haha, a teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Ziyi doesn't dare to forget the teachings of my ancestors. Zi Ming had a humble smile on his face. He looked up at the other 3 old men and said, "Elder Zi Ming, Elder Sun Yu, and Elder Jing Fan have also come. Greetings, young Master Ziyi." The other 3 old men didn't dare to neglect and shouted. This old one and the others didn't expect such a trivial matter in the village to disturb young master. Really? If the sacred beast blames the Jing Apple village for this old one and the others won't be able to atone for our sins. It doesn't matter, Zi Ming said with a smile. I heard from elder sister that everything is just gathering. Immediately after, Zi Ming pointed at Xueqi beside him and said, "For elders, this is the Dao sex cultivator, Xueqi, whom Ziyi met in Sky Patrol City back then. He and I hit it off at first sight and almost became sworn brothers. However, he was in a hurry that day and was stopped by Fu Lu." Haha, without waiting for Zi Ming to finish, Elder Lin Ming said with a smile. Young Master Ziyi was born intelligent and has always had the style of the ancient people. In your eyes, there is no difference between the secular world. If young Master Ziyi is in charge of the Huta village, it will definitely be the fortune of our Meng Mountain. Hee. Zi Ming smiled and shook his head firmly. He looked at Xueqi and said, "After Ziyi and fellow Taoist Xiao parted ways, I thought that it would be decades before we could meet again. However, I didn't expect that he would come to our Meng Mountain because of Junior Brother's matter and even meet Zi Ming. This kind of fate. If it wasn't arranged by the Huta god, Ziyi wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Come. Fellow Taoist Xiao, greet these 4 sect elders. They are the sect elders of Jing Apple Stronghold, and they are also the pillars of Meng Mountains. As they have some important matters to attend to in the stronghold, they have no choice but to meet fellow Taoist Zhao's junior martial brothers. There is no grudge between us." Xueqi suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. "I, Xueqi, greet the 4 elders. We all want to ask for help from the Hutu village. This is fate. Ha. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is Ziye's best friend and junior brother by Zi Ming's acquaintance, what else can our Jing Apple village say? Miss Zi Ming has already given us a chance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't take these trivial matters to heart. After all, we really don't have any grudges." How could Elder Jilan not know what Ziyi was thinking? He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile. Since she had already explained everything, Zi Ming smiled again and said, Fellow Taoist Zhao's junior brother has to use the nether passage mirror because of his own background. But what is so important about the Jing Apple village? This. Elder Ji Lan was a little hesitant. His face showed that he was in a difficult position. He smiled and said, Ji-man didn't mention this to me. I also don't know the two juniors she brought with her. However, it seems like Ji-man values them very much. Otherwise, the four of us wouldn't have accompanied Ji-man. We are just afraid that these two juniors will be hurt. Oh, so it's like that. Ziming nodded. She had asked Ji-man about it before, but Ji-man only smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything. Clearly, he had already promised Ji-man of the Jing Apple stronghold. At this moment, Elder Ji Lan also said that he did not know. Naturally, it was very secretive and also very important. Otherwise, Ji-man of the Jing Apple stronghold would not risk offending Ziming and Ziyi by insisting on a chance to use the nether passage mirror. In the four corners of the plaza, under the pitch-black banners, four soul warriors raised their hands at the same time. A horn-like soul armament appeared in their hands and brought it to their mouths. Woo-woo-woo. A series of loud noises could be heard from the four corners of the plaza. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths and turned their eyes to the other side of the plaza. It was where the stairs were. Several strange canopy-like umbrellas appeared in mid-air. Then, Ji-man from Hutu village, who was dressed like a palace, and an old woman who was about the same age as her, appeared under the canopy at the same time. Ji-man from Hutu village had a graceful face, and an unconcealable aura was emitted from her high hair bun. Ji-man from Jing Apple village had an obvious look of fear on her face. Although Ji-man from Hutu village held her hand, she still moved back by half a body's length, and even her waist was slightly arched. Chapter 2889. Greetings, Ji-man. When the bugle horns sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiao Hua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Ziming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiao Hua back, but when she saw Xiao Hua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone, please rise. Ji-man walked to the stairs, lowered his head and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity, "Thank you, Ji-man." After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Meng Mountains is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past million years. The weather is dry, and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Meng Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Meng Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. Ji-man continued, no matter it is my Hutu stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, Kengji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of mega strongholds scattered all over Meng Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges and grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart, and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods, will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold, or the power of souls, or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods, but we are just insignificant beings in this world, and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us, and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers, and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Hutu village is opened. At this moment in this place, when we are about to confess to you, God Hutu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hutu, let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age, and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, Ji-man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Hutu great god to open her eyes. Seeing Ji-man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiao Hua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again, he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, The 12 great gods that Ji-man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it! Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Taoist sect, and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, and would not extend their hands to the Taoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, a loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Ming Yu, who was lying on the stone table. At this moment, Ming Yu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy, and no soul sense, Ming Yu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Ming Yu's snow-white abdomen, strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Ming Yu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. See Green Seal script. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw Green Seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these Green Seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of Ji-man from the Hutu village? Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at Ji-man, who was kneeling on the ground. But Ji-man was very respectful, and did not move an inch. Of course, Xiao Hua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Tao sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment, the first green seal rune was completed. Woo! A strange wind blew, and the green seal rune flew out from Ming Yu's body. Under the green seal rune, there was another wave of bloodlight. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The green seal rune formed by the bloodlight suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiao Hua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the green seal rune. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He looked at Ming Yu again, and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo woo woo, after the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the green seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Hutu stockade, and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiao Hua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second green seal rune appeared on Ming Yu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo woo woo. This time, the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of a giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky, and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third green seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment, the third green seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Ming Yu had no strength to struggle. Now, in the light ball, he only moved a little, and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack, 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 a small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball, and hit the panicked soul of Ming Yu. Then, a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. Gee, after a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Ming Yu's soul, and swallowing it in an instant. Then, the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Hiss! Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, Hutu great god. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiao Hua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrence spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now they couldn't resist at all. Plop, plop, plop. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously, They couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xueqi, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But the moment he knelt on the ground, in the Buddha fire of the Buddha Sarira, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xueqi's body. Xueqi gritted his teeth and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xueqi raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow, and persisted. Woo-woo-woo, the shadow of Huta Great God in the black shadow suddenly moved, but it didn't rush toward Xueqi. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom! The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave, a 10-feet-wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then, a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. Farewell, Huta Great God. Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man of Hutu's stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of Huta Great God appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, G-Man glanced at Xueqi, then looked at Ziming, who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then, she turned to the square and waved her hand. The netherworld eye has been opened. Huta Great God might not come to Huta's stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the Huta Great God. As he spoke, G-Man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The two doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh. It's not the usual hall? Xueqi's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xueqi's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xueqi's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xueqi felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo woo woo. As the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the four corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Hutu stronghold. Roar roar roar, a burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xueqi to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Biban stronghold. Around Xueqi, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xueqi's side and whispered, "Just now. The Huta God's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Xueqi nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xueqi, and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the Huta God, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Huta Stockade came before the door, glanced around and said, Most of the soul wood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Hutu Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years, we've been focusing on the soul wood and soul beasts. We've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hutu who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hutu as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld eye opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soul wood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Hutu help you. Warriors of Hutu's stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders. Woo woo woo. The horn sounded again. The millet seed is in the netherworld eye? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and whispered to Ziming. Also, aren't we the only ones entering the netherworld eye? Unexpectedly, Ziming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said, "This? I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld eye to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld eye, it doesn't matter to us. There are even benefits." Xiao Hua nodded. All right. After the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, "However, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's eye, this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you." After that, G-Man from Jingapple Village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Huta Village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end, he said, "Young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Taoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young lady Ziming, and young Master Ziyi. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the netherworld eye. If my Jingqiang village returns with the twilight moon seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the netherworld mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the netherworld orchid seed first, then this old woman can only use the netherworld mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Meng Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests." Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiao Hua and the other Taoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone. Seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiao Hua's hand. She said, "Xiao Hua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Taoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the netherworld eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Meng Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the netherworld eye." Of course, when choosing the twilight moon and the netherworld orchid, Zai chose the netherworld orchid, which is rarely seen in the netherworld eye. To my Hutu village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Ah? Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty, and some knew the reason why G-Man from Huta village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Huta village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, "If my Huta village's netherworld mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Hutu wants us to enter the netherworld eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load." Woo woo. All of the bugles sounded again. Roar roar. Some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly, it was time to enter the netherworld eye. "Young Master Xiao, let us enter first." Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile, "All right, Zai, please." Xiao Hua turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia. At this moment, Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were not on Ziming's hand. Instead, she was looking at Xiao Hua worriedly. When she saw Xiao Hua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hutu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiao Hua entering the netherworld eye. It was as if she had a premonition. that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiao Hua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to Ji-man. Ji-man looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe a few times before looking at Ziming. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zai, although the Netherworld Eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Meng Mountains has changed, the Netherworld Eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there. Ji-man said gently, if you can't get the Netherworld Orchid, don't force it. The Netherworld Mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Ziming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Ji-man." Then, he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiao Hua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiao Hua and Ziming, Ji-man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hong Xia and the others followed Ziming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning. And with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot. But everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the Hutu great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the Netherworld Eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even Ji-man of Hutu village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the Netherworld Eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the Netherworld Eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. Fairy Hong Xia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiao Hua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiao Hua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the Netherworld when he was cultivating in the Netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiao Hua was actually blown to her side. What about the Netherworld Eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hong Xia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart, and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly, and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently, and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiao Hua followed Ziming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the netherworld wind that he encountered in the netherworld. Looks like this netherworld is really big. Xiao Hua very naturally began to guess what the netherworld was, and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiao Hua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiao Hua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiao Hua's strength, and at the same time, increased its strength, and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiao Hua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiao Hua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Ziming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiaohua hesitated, Ziming successfully grasped Xiaohua's hand, and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then, that warm body snuggled closer. Cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice, and whispered, Ziyi. Hearing the name Ziyi, that warm body immediately stiffened, and slightly moved away from Xiaohua. However, that hand was still holding on, and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Ziming's voice recovered, and said somewhat timidly, this concubine. Sai, this concubine is a woman, and not Ziyi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up, but this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiaohua hesitated, as if he was afraid of hurting Ziming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I have always thought of you as Ziyi. In fact, when he saw you earlier, he even thought that you were Ziming and had a lot of hostility towards you. Hee hee. Ziming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiaohua tried to pull his hand away, but it didn't move. Instead, it made Ziming grip his hand even tighter. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Actually, Ziming sighed and said, actually, for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my Hutu stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul-falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much, for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Even when I returned to Meng Mountains, this concubine didn't think too much. However, when I saw young Master Xiao in that barren mountain, this concubine really doesn't know how to express the joy this concubine felt. Ziming's voice was still secretly pouring out, but in just a moment, this concubine realized that you belong to Midnight and not Ziming. Even if Ziming is real and Midnight is fake, how could Ziming not know young Master Zhao's hostility towards Ziming? Even if Fairy Hong Xia is dissatisfied with this concubine has long felt it. However, young Master Xiao is Midnight's only confidant, and this concubine's only confidant. This concubine is willing to suffer for young Master's sake. Just over 10 days ago, when this concubine decided to end Midnight's story, this concubine suddenly felt a sense of relief. Ziming's hand was a little warm. All of a sudden, I felt like my life was full of sunshine again, and everything that belonged to me was back in my hands. Then, Xiaohua's hand stopped moving. He could really feel the tenacity and pain in this woman's heart, the feeling of carrying an unspeakable burden. Aren't you going to resurrect Midnight? Young master, this concubine has said before, this is this concubine's lifelong pursuit. Midnight died because of this concubine. This concubine will not give up any chance to resurrect Midnight in this lifetime. Ziming did not hesitate and continued, however, using the soul-setting lamp to resurrect the dead is after all just a legend. Even Elder Wu doesn't know how to do it. Unless this concubine's cultivation base reaches the 9th heaven of spirit origin, or even the legendary 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Or if I can learn the 365 heaven-piercing green seal scripts that have been lost in Meng Mountains for a long time, then there is a slight possibility. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? 365 green seal scripts. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Ziming seemed to have heard him, and said again, unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary 9th heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 green seal scripts, And use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Ziming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little, and he said with a smile, "No matter what Ziming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Ziming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through." You called me Ziming? Ziming's voice was actually stuttering, as if she was wild with joy. Silly child. You are Ziming, and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would this Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiaohua said with a smile, as if Ziming was an ignorant child. Xiao Lang. Ziming leaned her body closer to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua could feel Ziming's burning hot face on his arm. Sigh, this tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and was about to say something. But Ziming had already spoken first. Xiao Lang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiao Lang. But please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young Master Xiao Lang in this netherworld eye. After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiaohua quickly stretched out his hand, and his right index finger accurately pressed on Ziming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, "There are some words that can't be said." Although Xiaohua didn't lower his head to look at Ziming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Hee. Ziming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Che, Xiaohua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. Hee, that's right. Ziming said happily. Because of Zai's matter, Ziming has always regarded herself as a man. But I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiao Lang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand. Is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day, and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. Xiaohua immediately thought of Jiuxia, and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that, whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Ziming laughed. Isn't this concubine and you? This Xiao. Xiaohua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Ziming promptly interrupted him and laughed. Xiao Lang, this concubine will be Ji-man of Huta village in the future. My future children will definitely be Ji-man and Wu Lao, and Fu-man must spend her life in Huta village. This concubine has already decided. This concubine will only aim to revive Zai, and when the time is ripe, this concubine will give the position of Ji-man to someone else. Ahem, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, coughed twice, raised his right hand and whispered, "This should be the end of this passage in front, right?" Is it? Ziming hesitated, and when she looked up, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This concubine remembers that this passage is very long, but I didn't expect. Today, after walking for a while, we have already reached the end. This happiness. Is it also like this? Is the time of joy always short? The end is also the starting point. Xiaohua said, trying to pull his finger out, but Ziming held it tightly, as if a woman had just opened her heart, and didn't allow him to leave at all. Outside the Netherworld path is the Yellow Springs Great Hall. Ziming said with a smile, above the Yellow Springs Great Hall, there is a soul formation that my Huta village has kept for hundreds of thousands of years, and the Netherworld Eye is under the soul formation. Alright, this Xiao will follow Ziming. Wherever Ziming goes, this Xiao will go. Xiaohua said casually, but after he finished speaking, he realized that his words had a double meaning. Alas, with Xiao Lang, even the Netherworld Eye is a place of happiness. Ziming sighed slightly. Ziming would rather stay in the Netherworld Eye with Xiao Lang. Don't, Xiaohua hurriedly said. Ziming has Ziming's responsibility. This Xiao also has this Xiao's mission. This idea of staying in the Netherworld Eye. Please, don't think about it. Chapter 2892. Ha ha ha, darling Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiaohua say please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Ai, poor child. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that Zi Ming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Zi Ming leaned against Xiao Hua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg, covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiao Hua's attention. As soon as Xiao Hua stepped out of the netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons. Layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the Great Hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the Great Hall, as if the Great Hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Zi Ming, Xiao Hua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. And indeed, because of the light, Zi Ming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiao Hua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, he looked at Xiao Hua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiao Hua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Zi Ming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh. Seeing Zi Ming staring at him, Xiao Hua turned to look at Zi Ming's face and asked curiously, "Is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall?" Zi Ming's face blushed as she smiled. The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when the netherworld eye is opened. Nether beasts? Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, "These should all be." Yes, Zi Ming nodded. The Yellow Springs Road, the netherworld sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that can be seen normally. Zi Ming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and finally asked. This. Zi Ming did not expect Xiao Hua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountains shaman canon, the Hutu great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to ask something again, Zi Ming smiled and said, Xiao Hua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains, and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Hutu stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Zi Ming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea. It's not just me. Zi Ming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and Ji Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiaohua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. Go! Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua. Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand, and said with a forced smile, "The Yellow Spring Gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds?" Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hong Xia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Jiu Xia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whoosh! In just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward, and walked towards the Yellow Spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiaohua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire Yellow Spring Hall. When the 2 elders of the Jing Apple village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the Yellow Spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment. Ziming said considerately, the netherworld eye here is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. Xiaohua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiaohua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiaohua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with a netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiaohua saw this and could not help but praise. Hee, Xiaohua, this is nothing. Ziming said with a smile, if you see the existence inside the Netherworld Eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted, and your eyeballs will fall out. Really? Xiaohua was surprised. I don't really believe it. Hee, just you wait. Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sect's flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiaohua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Dao Sect has flying magic tools, and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Ziming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "My Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao Sec's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future." Speaking up to here, the corners of Zi Ming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Zi Ming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. "Come, Xiao Hua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Huta Stronghold's netherworld eye." "Good, I want to ask for advice." Xiao Hua had already experienced life and death in Ming Shi's netherworld wind. Although he did not have the phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the netherworld wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Zi Ming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiao Hua saw that Zi Ming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Zi Ming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiao Lang, sit tight. Zi Ming reminded Xiao Yu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the netherworld eyes. When it was above the netherworld eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the netherworld eye like snowflakes. Goo goo. A sound like spring water gushing was heard. The netherworld eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the netherworld eye. Xiao Hua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the netherworld eye, a strong netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the netherworld eye, what met Xiao Hua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the netherworld eye. The rock wall was layered, and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiao Hua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh! He was a little stunned. This netherworld eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the netherworld eye. Naturally, there are iron corpses here. Zi Ming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 netherworld eyes? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every netherworld eye. Zi Ming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same, or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiao Hua asked again. The netherworld eye I chose is naturally different. Zi Ming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiao Lang will know in a moment. Okay. Xiao Hua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiao Hua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Zi Ming, just how many iron corpses does your Hutu stronghold have? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Zi Ming said with a smile. Only old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jindan. If the Huta stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jindan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Shozhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiao Hua could recover from his shock, Zi Ming's words made Xiao Hua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hamba, They are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Hutu stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Xiuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiaohua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors, I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes. Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiaohua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiaohua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Taoist Xiao. It's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Xiaohua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin. Told Taoist Xiao a lot. Ziming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiaohua was delighted. Ziming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain soul arts. Speaking up to here, Ziming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Taoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Ziming is right. Xiaohua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths. Just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Tao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Hee, Taoist Xiao really knows a lot. Ming pursed his lips and praised again. You even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed and nodded. So that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. Hee, there are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Zhan and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Ming said somewhat mysteriously. Also, this G-Man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain. Ancient books. Xiaohua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ming already understood Xiaohua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-Man's control. She treasures them very much. She won't give them to you. Of course if... At this point, Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and a smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is... When Xiaohua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiao Lang, this is the real Netherworld Sea. Seeing Xiaohua's shock, Ming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, this sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here. Then, what about Country Shi's netherworld wind? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, is the netherworld wind there the same as here? Netherworld wind? Ming heard and shook her head slightly. I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But, this netherworld sea is boundless, and its depth is also endless. If Xiao Lang has seen a place similar to Netherworld Sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is Netherworld Sea, then Netherworld and 9 underworlds. Xiaohua still wanted to ask, but Ming smiled and said, Xiao Lang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the Netherworld Sea to the Netherworld in your mind? Why would I go to Netherworld? Xiaohua was stunned. I just think that since there is Netherworld Sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right? Hee, that's good. Ming smiled. No one has ever returned alive from Netherworld Sea. Even in the Sorcerer Realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiao Lang will know in a moment when you follow me. Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of Netherworld Sea. Going to Netherworld Sea? Xiaohua was stunned. Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in? Idiot! Ming pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, I will not take you to the depths of Netherworld Sea. We will only look for Netherworld orchids nearby. As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the Netherworld Sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, There were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire netherworld sea. Don't release your divine sense. Ziming warned again. Your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the netherworld sea, then it will really be impossible to recover. I see. Xiao Hua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this netherworld sea. Let's go. As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh! With a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of bloodlight and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant, they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and more bloody, and felt more and more viscous. He saw Ziming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then, she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place? Xiao Hua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here, he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. However, seeing Ziming's confident appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh! The flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiao Hua unconsciously turned his head back. Ah! Seeing the source of the sound, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiao Hua had never seen such a thing before. Hee. Seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Ziming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go! Ziming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light, and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then, a group of huge several hundred zhong tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhong below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Ziming and the other soul warriors from the Hutu stronghold came from. Hee, Xiao Hua, these are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Ziming looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Ziming immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile. That is the incarnation of Hutu Great God. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Hutu stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Hutu stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Midnight. Ziming said with a smile. There is more than enough time. In a short while, we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld Orchid there. Good. Xiao Hua's horizons were really broadened. But he suddenly realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast, which is called Hutu Great God's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, Then how did Ziyan take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Ziming's eyes, and he said with hatred, "This is naturally G-Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Ziyan kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Huta stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld." But thinking of this, Ziming was stunned again and said anxiously, "Oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea." Xiaohua also understood. "Quickly, let's go find the Netherworld Orchid." "Yes, I understand." Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiaohua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiaohua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop, and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. "It's here." Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soul wood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Hutu stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." "How?" Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But, should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then, Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool in the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems it's not here." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiaohua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld Orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let senior brother Li use the Netherworld Mirror. Junior brother Zhao's matter is the most important." Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. "Ha! It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiaohua's doubts. Hee hee, Xiaohua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried, not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time. Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. No. Wrong. This is not the place I found before. Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiaohua hurriedly said, Don't worry, why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be? This. Ziming was a little embarrassed. This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back. Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soulwood growing inside them. That netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it. Xiaohua comforted. Let's not go too deep. All right. Ziming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiaohua and urge the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ziming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soul wood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ziming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiao Lang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiaohua knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ziming forced a smile towards Xiaohua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ziming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiaohua's heart. Wait! Xiaohua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ziming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiaohua didn't use his eyes to look, and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ziming looked at the fork that Xiaohua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. It must be the netherworld orchid? Xiaohua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the netherworld orchid or not. All right. Ziming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiaohua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soulwood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiaohua firmly pointed, but this time, he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiaohua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo. Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here. How could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiaohua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others, such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiaohua urged. This is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed. Ziming laughed. I didn't expect Xiao Lang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiaohua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiaohua's gaze did not fall on the soulwood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ziming asked curiously. Xiaohua bit his lips and said in a low voice, This Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao. Ziming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, "Then I will give this to you as well." With that, Ming was about to wave the bone staff again. "Don't worry." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. "It's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense." Ming was anxious. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's fine. Wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light?" All right. Ming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiao Hua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing. Ming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. "Something's wrong." Xiao Hua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, "This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front." What? Ming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. "Let's go and take a look," Xiao Hua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Ming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiao Hua than herself. Naturally, Xiao Hua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ming looked up at Xiao Hua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ming's expression suddenly changed. "Ming, what's wrong?" Xiao Hua stole a glance at Ming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear, and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiao Hua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. Now she was silently holding on to it, but when Ming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. "What's wrong? Quickly tell me." Xiao Hua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. "Xiao Hua, I'm lost." Ming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the Netherworld Sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hiss! Hearing Ming's words, Xiao Hua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back?" Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Or when he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hutu, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ming's hand, and said, "It's not your fault, it's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction. If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem." Xiao Hua, it was rare for Xiao Hua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, "It's all my fault. Just now." "Just now, oh? Just now what?" Xiao Hua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the Huta great god if, with Xiao Hua." At this point, Ming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ziming wanted to say. Ziming hesitated and said, I did not expect that the Huta great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the Huta great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish. Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy. This is another passage under the netherworld No, not that. But it's not far away. When I was training together, I came here before. Really? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. Absolutely. Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. It's Zai. Ziming said happily. Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here. That's right. It's all thanks to Zai. Xiao Hua also smiled, but then the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiaolang. In the end, Ziming still spoke. I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid. We don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head and said, The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while? Ziming covered her mouth with a bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, Xiaolang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back? That's right. It seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible? Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid. Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible. But it's true. Ziming laughed. If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better. Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, Xiaolang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly. Okay. Stop. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiao Hua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, Just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang, clang, clang. The airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful! Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, "Woo!" there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble! There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. Zzzt, there was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Ah! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua. Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing. How could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great! Great God Hutu? Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hutu of Meng Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not. After Ming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side. But when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially, the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hutu? However, although Ming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xueqi's arms. Oh! Xueqi was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xueqi, she shouted, "Xueqi, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ming's other hand also brought Xueqi's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xueqi's hand. At this moment, Xueqi was hugging Ming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xueqi. As soon as her hand left Xueqi's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xueqi's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ming had put into the soul nest were also released. Papa! Ming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go! Xueqi was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xueqi and Ming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xueqi, don't use too much magic power. Ming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xueqi looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" Yes. Ming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. In which direction? Xueqi asked. Although Ming didn't answer Xueqi's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, "From the blood pool to that place." Before Ming finished speaking, Ming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew. But then there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. Xueqi, what are you doing? Ming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xueqi while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh right, Ming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, "This stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sec's 5 elements escape technique can't be used." Just as Ming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xueqi's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xueqi's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, "Not good." Sure enough, just as Xueqi's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Pong! With a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss! Although Xueqi had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then pang pang. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Go! Xueqi didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xueqi. Ziming, come behind me. Xueqi loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xueqi's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xueqi's back, reaching out and hugging Xueqi's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xueqi roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xueqi's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Go! Xueqi didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Woo! Xueqi had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xueqi was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xueqi's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss! Xueqi sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in mid-air, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xueqi's escape. Xueqi was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz buzz, 2 loud noises sounded, and 2 black shadows pressed in front of Xueqi's eyes. Bang bang, Xueqi didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xueqi had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xueqi diagonally into the blood pool. Xueqi, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the 2 of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xueqi hurriedly urged the Buddha Sarira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. Hoo! The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing, it seemed that Xueqi had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xueqi once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz! Another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xueqi's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xueqi's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xueqi's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming! Xueqi was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Ziming heard Xueqi's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xueqi. Ah? Xueqi was shocked and said involuntarily, this nether beast. It turned out to be looking for Xueqi. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, this nether beast has been worshipped by my Huta village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior. Today when Xueqi appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xueqi turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xueqi, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xueqi, you will delay Xueqi's work. Okay. Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xueqi said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xueqi, she really couldn't help it all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xueqi's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xueqi thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xueqi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom! The force was stronger than the tentacles. Xueqi's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill! Xueqi finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution Yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution Yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xueqi expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution Yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xueqi suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast? Thinking of this, Xueqi suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution Yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast? It was a pity that Xueqi only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xueqi had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. This feeling had always been found by Xueqi and Ziming. When they saw the nether beast, Xueqi thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that? It was not the nether beast. Roar, just as Xueqi hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast. Xueqi turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xueqi's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xueqi. Although Xueqi's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xueqi's body. Buddha's Sarira. Spiritual fire. Xueqi's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Sarira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xueqi didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Sarira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xueqi's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie. Xueqi's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xueqi hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the Devil General's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xueqi didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xueqi dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xueqi. Of course, Xueqi paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo! As if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacle suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good, seeing this, Xueqi was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiao Hua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiaohuang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiaohua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiaohua's figure unable to stand in midair, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiaohua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, straight, straight. A series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiaohua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was Zi Ming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Zi Ming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently. And above the blood sea, near the rock wall in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Hiss! Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seemed to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiao Lang. Zi Ming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xueqi also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Hutu village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Hutu god, and, looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xueqi's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xueqi hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xueqi's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xueqi smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xueqi had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise, how could it help us? When Xueqi heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange. Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But, just when Xueqi was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xueqi had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xueqi's body. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xueqi felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xueqi didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xueqi saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xueqi was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of the soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. Chapter 2899. Soon after, another 1, 2, 3. In just a moment, more than 10 spirit warriors rushed out of the crack one after another. Their faces were filled with infatuation as they threw themselves into the netherworld sea. One by one, their souls were born from their bodies. Xueqi was startled. Why am I seeing their souls? When they came out, why am I flying? At this moment, Xueqi came to his senses and hurriedly looked at himself. However, when he saw himself, he was even more shocked. At this moment, what was flying in the air was no longer Xueqi's physical body, but Xueqi's primordial spirit that had always been cultivating in the clear spirit heaven. This humanoid primordial spirit was now dancing slowly as if it was in the clear spirit heaven. Countless soul strands were waving around like long sleeves. Even the primordial spirit of the little white dragon flew out beside Xueqi's primordial spirit and also danced. An extremely intoxicated feeling came from the dance. Xueqi had already come to his senses, but his primordial spirit was no longer under his control. It was being guided by the mysterious music and slowly flew over the netherworld sea. When Xueqi looked back, his physical body was standing in the same place as before. His body was emitting a faint golden light. This golden light was exactly the same as the one he saw on the body of the nether beast in the netherworld sea. Xueqi suddenly realized what was going on. Just now, when the music had played, he had been bewitched, just like the other soul warriors. But because of the golden light, his fleshly body hadn't been affected. However, there was a primordial spirit in his soul. This primordial spirit could not escape this music, so his mind actually escaped from his physical body and entered this primordial spirit. And this primordial spirit replaced his physical body. Like the souls of those spirit warriors, it flew towards the mysterious black shadow. Ziming. When Xueqi looked again, he found that Ziming was hugging his body, and his hand was wrapped around his waist. Although he could see Ziming's intoxicated expression from the side, and even his feet were moving, Xueqi still couldn't help but laugh. But Xueqi's physical body was majestic and unmoving, so Ziming naturally could not move either. Good, Xueqi cried out in relief. His heart relaxed slightly. A tentacle-like black shadow with a faint golden light stretched out from the netherworld sea and grabbed at Xueqi's primordial spirit. Clang! There was a metallic sound, and a sword-like brilliance flashed, cutting this black shadow in half. When the black shadow shrank back, Xueqi could clearly see that it was the nether beast that came later from the golden light. This underworld beast is really strange. Xueqi felt very strange in his heart. He tried his best to struggle, but this primordial spirit had no power to resist the music. It could only follow the souls of the spirit warriors and fly into the depths of the netherworld sea. Suddenly, the entire space was filled with light. A huge underworld beast flashing with an extremely enchanting red light floated out of the netherworld sea. This underworld beast was like a giant turtle, but it had a dozen thick feet that alternated in the bloodstains. On its back, which was like a small mountain, was an even stranger underworld beast. This underworld beast looked like a rabbit. It had 2 long ears and a blood-red body that was several feet long. However, on this blood-red body, there were dozens of wriggling blood tongues. The extremely beautiful sound was emitted from these blood tongues. The giant tortoise was very large, but its speed was also very fast. When Xueqi's primordial spirit flew into the netherworld sea, the tortoise was already in front of him. Xueqi's primordial spirit and many other souls swept across the netherworld sea. Many of the underworld beasts in the sea were attracted, but when they came in contact with this mysterious music, most of the underworld beasts were like the spirit warriors. Their heads were filled with intoxication as they slowly gathered on the surface of the sea. Only a few of them fought like the 2 underworld beasts. They seemed to want to escape, but no matter how hard they struggled, these underworld beasts couldn't escape. Swish swish. Countless sounds like raindrops fell. Like multicolored rays of light, hundreds of tentacles flew out from the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Some of them fell into the netherworld sea. When these tentacles touched the underworld beasts, they immediately flew up as if they were weightless and were thrown into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The souls of the spirit warriors were easily pulled by the tentacles and were swallowed into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. Seeing a tentacle grabbing his primordial spirit, Xueqi struggled with some unwillingness and tried his best to twist. The countless soul threads also wrapped around the tentacle. However, the strength of the tentacle was far from what Xueqi's primordial spirit could compare to. With a gentle pull, Xueqi's primordial spirit drew an arc in the air and fell into the blood tongues of the underworld beast. The soul of the little white dragon beside Xueqi seemed to have no power to resist and fell into the blood tongues with Xueqi. A huge squirming blood-red hole was right in front of Xueqi's primordial spirit. It was unfathomably deep. Xueqi's primordial spirit released all the soul threads, wanting to block this hole and not let his primordial spirit fall in. It was like a spider web. At this critical moment, the soul threads actually stuck to the blood-red hole and temporarily prevented the underworld beast from swallowing his primordial spirit. However, it was only a moment before the blood-red hole in Xueqi's primordial spirit looked like an enormous blood tongue. Boom! It smashed into Xueqi's primordial spirit. Squeak squeak. A strange noise came out from the blood tongue. When the blood tongue rose, Xueqi's primordial spirit also rose along with it. Xueqi's soul threads were actually extremely sharp and firmly wrapped around the blood tongue. Moreover, faint lightning appeared on it, corroding the bloody tongue. Good. Seeing that there was actually a trace of hope at the moment of despair, Xueqi was overjoyed. He didn't know anything else, but Xueqi still knew how to dance his soul threads. He immediately gathered all the soul threads and wrapped them around the blood tongue while trembling. There was no need for Xueqi to do anything. The light purple lightning threads appeared naturally and quickly corroded the blood tongue. The corrosive pitch-black liquid seeped into the soul threads and fell on the primordial spirit bit by bit. It was not only Xueqi's side that had a great change. Just when Xueqi wrapped the soul threads around the blood tongue, "Kacha!" A thunderous roar came from the side, and at the same time, a dragon roar came from the soul of Little White Dragon. The dragon roar suddenly disrupted the music of the nether beasts. Those lost nether beasts woke up and fled into the depths of the netherworld sea. The two nether beasts that were fighting before also hurriedly scattered, diving into the depths of the netherworld sea and disappearing. Along with Little White Dragon's dragon roar, the lightning struck the blood tongue of the underworld beast, and a hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the body of the underworld beast. Meow meow, the rabbit-like underworld beast actually made a sound like a cat. While maintaining the music, it grabbed at Little White Dragon with several tentacles. Whoosh, Little White Dragon swung its dragon body and agilely dodged the tentacles. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed into the body of the underworld beast. Then, a loud kachub sound came from the underworld beast's body. A bloody hole the size of a foot appeared from the underworld beast. Little White Dragon immediately rushed out of the underworld beast's body. The bloody hole seemed like it was about to close up, but the flashes of lightning and arcs of electricity lingered around the hole, preventing it from closing up. Xueqi's primordial spirit was stuck by the blood tongue. As the body of the underworld beast trembled, the primordial spirit was also extremely bumpy. Xueqi's soul threads that had been hit by the lightning tribulation were now extremely hard and sharp. They cut the blood tongue and quickly corroded it. In just a moment, the blood tongue had become a bloody mess and had shrunk by more than 60%. Meow meow. The underworld beast seemed to be in great pain. It screamed wildly, and the brilliance of its whole body was bright again. The blood of the netherworld sea rushed up, as if to erase the lightning on the wound. Zizi. A few drops of blood of the underworld fell on Xueqi's primordial spirit. Above the primordial spirit, there were also traces of lightning. A few strange ghost heads flashed in the blood and then disappeared. Wisps of wind of the underworld were born. Roar, Little White Dragon roared again, and its figure rushed into the body of the underworld beast again. The underworld beast seemed to be unable to resist. After the sound of thunder, another bigger hole appeared. At this time, Xueqi's primordial spirit had completely corroded the blood tongue, and his entire primordial spirit regained its freedom. Meow meow. Meow meow. The underworld beast screamed. The underworld turtle under it immediately changed direction and swam back to the depths of the netherworld sea. Xueqi? Little White Dragon's voice sounded in Xueqi's primordial spirit, very weak. I'm here. Xueqi replied in his mind. Okay, let's go back quickly. I can't hold on for long. How did you get to the netherworld sea? How did you encounter the sound mirage beast? If you and my primordial spirit hadn't gone through the 3 gold lightning tribulation before, I'm afraid only death would await us today. As Little White Dragon spoke, it used the dragon claws of its soul to grab Xueqi's primordial spirit and flew to the shore against the wind of the underworld. In the wind of the underworld, Little White Dragon's soul and Xueqi's primordial spirit both emitted a faint lightning. Seeing that Xueqi's body was still flashing with a faint golden light, and that the so-called beautiful music of the sound clam beast was still drifting in the air, Ziming's face was still filled with intoxication, but his feet were no longer moving forward with all their strength. Xueqi's primordial spirit rushed into the mysterious dark clouds and rushed into the clear spirit heaven. Following a burst of dizziness, Xueqi's mind returned to his body. Huff, Xueqi let out a long breath. Just as he was about to turn around, another huge rumbling sound came from above his head. Not good netherworld path. Xueqi was shocked. Needless to say, the passage opened by the underworld beast must be closing. If he didn't leave now, he would really have to stay here. Thinking of this, Xueqi didn't say anything else and hastily urged the wind escape technique. His figure suddenly rose, following the wind of the underworld. He flew towards the crack that the soul warrior had just walked out of. Fortunately, although Ziming wasn't awake, the green light around her body was still there. Although the wind of the underworld was slowly corroding the green light, when Xiaohua arrived at the crack, it didn't completely melt the green light. Moreover, after the battle between the two undead underworld beasts and the attack of the Sound Clam beast, no underworld beasts dared to rashly appear in this part of the Netherworld Sea. Xiaohua didn't encounter any danger when crossing this place. Chapter 2900. Io, isn't this Elder Ji-lan from the Jing Apple stronghold? Xiaohua had just landed in front of the crack when he saw another elder with an intoxicated look on his face. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then picked Ziming up from his back and pulled down her soul nest. He used his soul sense to send Ziming into the soul nest, then placed the soul nest in his bosom. His other hand reached out to grab Elder Ji-lan's neck, and his figure rushed into the crack, flying towards the collapsed tunnel behind him. Outside the nether path in the plaza, all the palaces were shaking violently. Everyone, including Ji-man from the Hutu stronghold, turned pale with fright. After a while, the trembling subsided. Ji-man flew up and released her soul sense to check the source of the trembling. Rumble! Another trembling came. This time, the trembling was very clear. It came from the door behind her. Even the palace door was shaken to the point of collapsing. The palace of the underworld! Ji-man's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head to look at the night sky, she was getting closer to Ziming. Not good. Without another word, Ji-man flew towards the door. The other soul warriors followed suit and swarmed into the palace of the underworld. By the time everyone arrived at the palace of the underworld, Ji-man was already floating in the air. The skeletons that littered the palace of the underworld had already transformed into waves of blood. Waves of violent shockwaves could be felt from the inside, causing the entire palace of the underworld to shake violently. Hurry! Ji-man was already waving the bone staff in her hand to open the door of the underworld. But when a soul warrior tried to pass through the door of the underworld, Ji-man realized that the door of the underworld couldn't be passed through. Ji-man! Something must have happened inside. It must have affected the soul techniques and soul arrays. This door can't be used. An elder hurriedly reported. See, everyone was shocked. Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia, who were the last to arrive, were even more shocked. I just don't know if we can come out from this door. Ji-man stared at the oval that was filled with green flames, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone stood there for a long while. The entire Netherworld Hall didn't stop for even a moment. The skeletons that had turned into blood waves were like the Netherworld Sea. Following the tremors, huge waves were set off. Even the Netherworld door was shaking non-stop. Not only were the flames flickering, even the oval door was expanding and shrinking unsteadily, faintly discernible. The gazes of the bystanders followed the flickering of the flame, but Fairy Hongxia's heart was fluctuating along with it. Xiaohua went in hand with Ziming. If the Yellow Springs Gate disappeared and Xiaohua couldn't come out, then, how could Xiaohua still be alive? Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's faces were also filled with anxiety. Their gazes were fixed on the gates of the Netherworld, not daring to move in the slightest. Just as everyone was at a loss and feeling extremely anxious, the entire Yellow Spring Palace suddenly calmed down and became silent. Although the pool of blood in the Yellow Spring Palace was still red, it was cut off as it calmed down and no longer had any ripples. Furthermore, the gate of the Yellow Springs was glowing with a brilliant green light. What's going on now? Huta Stockade's Ji-man was alarmed. She probably thought that the calm wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the calm, there would definitely be a huge commotion. Following that, Ji-man issued a series of orders. Hundreds of elders rushed into the sky and landed around the Yellow Spring Palace. Each of them held a bone staff in their hands as they waited for the huge phenomenon to happen. But out of everyone's expectations, as time passed, the pool of blood gradually turned back into skeletons. There was no longer any disturbance. This place was as silent as the wilderness for 100 years. Not even the slightest sound of wind could be heard. Only, everyone gradually understood that all the changes were in the past. All their expectations had fallen into the Netherworld Eye and were buried in the Netherworld Sea. Seeing the green flames of the gate of the Yellow Springs gradually dim, and the oval circle of light also slowly disappear. Fairy Hongxia's heart was like dead ashes. Midnight had finally arrived. No one could delay time for even a moment. Wang, wang, wang. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that it was unlikely for a miracle to happen, the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had an outline left, emitted a faint golden light. Just as the golden light appeared, a tall and thin figure rushed out from the golden light and stood proudly in mid-air of the Yellow Springs Palace. Phew, seeing the familiar figure, although his face was covered by the golden light, Fairy Hongxia couldn't help but let out a long sigh and a smile bloomed on her face. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, after a moment of concern, they looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Xiao Hua was always able to do things that no one dared to imagine. He had also appeared at the last moment to keep everyone in suspense. After the golden light dissipated, Xiao Hua was also in a state of shock. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the Yellow Springs, which only had a 40% outline left. He felt extremely lucky in his heart. Even though it wasn't the last moment to escape, it was still a miracle that Xiao Hua had the ability to recognize directions. Being able to escape from such a complicated and damaged tunnel was truly a miracle. Boom! The entire Acheron Palace exploded. The dozens of elders who were scattered around the Acheron Palace stopped waving their soul weapons. The faint golden light from before wasn't a soul cultivator's soul technique, so how could they not be alarmed? Seeing that it was a human figure, and that the person who came out after the golden light was Xiao Hua, and that Xiao Hua was carrying two people in his hands, he stopped using his soul force. Where's Ziyi? G-Man of the Empress Earth stronghold was shocked. Xiao Hua's golden light had completely blocked out his soul sense. This was one of the rarest situations G-Man had ever encountered. Moreover, when she clearly saw that the two people Xiao Hua was carrying were not Ziyi, a trace of grief flashed through her eyes as she hurriedly asked. Reporting to G-Man. Xiao Hua looked around and saw the whispering crowd, as well as Fairy Hongxia and the rest from the Netherworld Hall. He lifted the two people in his hands and said solemnly, "This Xiao followed Midnight to the Netherworld Eye to search for the Netherworld Orchid. However, we encountered a Netherworld beast. When he spoke until here, Xiao Hua's body swayed and fell from midair. He only stopped when he reached the bottom of the Yellow Spring Hall. When he raised his head again, his face was incomparably pale." "What happened to Ziyi?" G-Man asked sternly. Xiao Hua waved his hand. One of them was Elder Ji Lan, and the other was a soul warrior whose name he didn't know. The intoxication on their faces had gradually faded away, and their eyes that had been staring into the distance were starting to clear up. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the two were about to wake up, so he tossed them to the two elders closest to him. Then he looked up and replied, "Ziyi. Of course he died in the Sea of Nether. Not only him, but all the other soul warriors have died as well. The only ones left are me and the two people I met when I was escaping." Ziyi. G-Man was confused. She wasn't sure if what Xiao Hua said was true or not, or if it was what Ziming had planned. AI, Ziyi. His death was far too sudden. This Xiao, cough cough. I couldn't even protect myself in the first place. Truly. Xiao Hua coughed twice before smiling bitterly. This Xiao will be bold enough to ask G-Man for permission to go into closed-door training. Once this Xiao's injuries are healed, I'll be able to report to G-Man what happened. G-Man was anxious. She really wanted to pry open Xiao Hua's mouth. Xiao Hua had said so much, but she didn't want to hear a single word. I'd like G-Man to tell Ziming." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and flew a few steps before looking up again. This Xiao wasn't able to protect Ziyi. I've let Ziming down. Phew. G-Man let out a sigh of relief. The anxiety on her face lessened as she nodded. This old one understands. Go into closed-door training. Ziming is taking care of the sacred beast in the ancestral hall. When tomorrow comes, this old one will send someone to inform her. This Xiao can't hold on any longer. I'll take my leave. Without another word, Xiao Hua turned around and flew away. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao had already flown over. The two of them supported Xiao Hua from left and right, and Xiao Hua immediately collapsed in their hands. Looking at Xiao Hua and the other three flying away, G-Man glanced around and shouted, "Everyone, the Yellow Spring Grand Hall is under a strong attack. Use your soul spells to check the stability of the soul formation. Don't let the nether beasts come to Meng Mountains through the crack." Yes. All the elders waved the bone staff in their hands.
Streaks of green light were waved in an orderly manner as they began to check and repair the soul array. Guards! G-Man ordered again. Other than the necessary patrols, transfer all forces to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall.
Check carefully.
Do not let any nether beasts escape from the eye of the netherworld.
Yes, the group of spirit warriors also began to move. All forces were transferred to the surroundings of the Yellow Springs Hall. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao supported Xiao Hua out of the Yellow Springs Hall and hurriedly flew towards the quiet room from before. There were spirit warriors guarding the hall, but at this moment, they couldn't be bothered to lead the way. Fairy Hong Xia originally wanted to find someone to guide them, but Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped her. Nonsense, G-Man transferred all forces to the Yellow Springs Hall. It wasn't without ulterior motives. When Fairy Hong Xia heard Xiao Hua's stop, she naturally came to her senses. She was too worried about Xiao Hua and was overjoyed by Xiao Hua's survival. Indeed, she didn't notice the conversation between Xiao Hua and G-Man. Seeing a secluded place, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and roughly looked around. Then, he took out a soul nest from his chest and with a shake of his hand, sent Ziming out. Ziming was the same as Elder Ji Lan. Previously, his face was filled with intoxication. But now, he was much more sober. As soon as he came out of the soul nest, his face was immediately filled with incomparable fear. He hurriedly grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and looked around. When he saw that he was in Huta's stronghold, the fear on his face lessened. He opened his mouth to ask Xiao Hua. Chapter 2901. Xiao Hua would not waste time and hurriedly said, Ziming, you don't have much time. Moreover, you should be in the ancestral hall of your Hutu village. Everything can be left for another day. Ziming suddenly woke up and looked at Fairy Hong Xia, who was staring at him coldly. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and nodded. Thank you, young Master Xiao. I understand. Immediately after, he looked around and waved the bone staff in his hand. His figure floated up like a ghost and flew into the distance. When Ziming's figure completely disappeared, Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Hua, what happened inside? It has to be said that Fairy Hong Xia's heart was meticulous. Just from Ziming grabbing Xiao Hua's hand without hesitation, she immediately saw a lot of things. Don't mention it. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who were still protecting him, and said, I almost couldn't get out. Damn it, I didn't expect. This Netherworld Palace really leads to the Netherworld Sea. I even met the undead underworld beast inside. And there were 3 of them. Undead underworld beast. Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Fairy Hong Xia's thoughts of questioning immediately disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hua, are you injured? Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly asked. Sigh, it's a long story. Senior brother, you should send me back. Looks like I have to go into seclusion for a while. Xiao Hua sighed and replied. Okay. Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Xiao Mao did not have any objections. Fairy Hong Xia had some questions she wanted to ask, but looking at Xiao Hua's dispirited state, it was too late to feel sorry for him. How could she blame him for nothing? Thus, Xiao Hua went into seclusion in the quiet room for more than 30 days. In fact, the so-called seclusion Xiao Hua's heart was not calm. How could he really go into seclusion? What he was thinking about was the fight between the 2 undead underworld beasts. The fight between the 2 underworld beasts that exceeded Xiao Hua's imagination also exceeded his imagination. He would never have dreamed that the undead underworld beasts would fight in such a way. Even the Netherworld Sea could not corrode the rock wall, but under their tentacles, it was like a rotten rock. It seemed that even a spirit-severing cultivator might not have this kind of ability. Of course, putting aside the environment of the Netherworld Sea, the spirit-severing stage cultivator might not necessarily be unable to kill the undead underworld beast. However, this kind of undisguised attack, where he did not care about his own injuries, was truly an eye-opener for Xiao Hua. In addition, Xiao Hua still couldn't make up his mind about that inexplicable warning. He didn't know if it was because of him, or if it was because his golden light had attracted the attention of that ladywere-like underworld beast, or his actions had attracted the attention of that snake-tailed underworld beast. If his golden light caused trouble, Xiao Hua would be scratching his ears and scratching his cheeks. Although the golden light of that beetle-like underworld beast was familiar to Xiao Hua, and was similar to the golden light flickering around his body, he really couldn't find a reason to get close to that underworld beast. This undead underworld beast couldn't possibly fight to the death with the snake-tailed underworld beast just for him. However, if his vigilance came from that snake-tailed underworld beast, Xueqi had doubts. Didn't he just not bow down in the square? Then, that underworld beast hated him? It killed dozens of people just to find him. Although he didn't bow down, but what did it have to do with this snake-tailed underworld beast? Could it be that it was for the so-called face? Speaking of face, Xueqi was even more puzzled. The three kingdoms of cultivation often talked about the face of a nascent soul cultivator, but now that Xueqi had a nascent soul cultivation base, he never felt that face was worth anything. A face was not even worth a piece of low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, if that Huta great god's avatar's underworld beast was focused on killing him, there was no reason at all. However, did underworld beasts talk about reasons? Naturally not. So Xueqi just thought about it and ignored it. Finally, he focused his attention on the changes in the soul strands. Speaking of the changes in the soul strands, Xueqi didn't notice it at all. However, after he threw away all his doubts and explained them, he suddenly discovered that his primordial spirit dancing in Qingshen heaven seemed to be somewhat different. This difference was very strange and also very inexplicable. At this time, in Qingshen heaven, in addition to the dancing figures of Xueqi and the little white dragon, there was also a kind of faintly discernible music. That music was very ethereal, faintly discernible. However, this music seemed to resound in the soul, making Xueqi unable to forget it for the rest of his life. When Xueqi was looking for the origin of the music, he discovered that this music was actually produced by the soul strands that killed the Sound Clam beast. Even the primordial spirit that was invaded by the blood of the Sound Clam beast was somewhat different. The dancing posture was completely different from before, with more madness and more wisdom. Regarding the previous changes, Xueqi could still remain indifferent. After all, he was also very knowledgeable. However, regarding the last change, he couldn't help but be shocked. This. Xueqi himself was incoherent. What was the biggest barrier for him to cultivate the soul technique? It was because the soul strands couldn't make sounds, because his throat couldn't make sounds. The sound of the throat was the power of the bloodline. Apart from the bloodline of the 12 great gods like Xiao Mao and Zi Ming, others couldn't make sounds. Although Xueqi obtained Master Qin Qin's soul strands to make sounds, he had never checked it. Because using this sound method would consume life essence. This was something Xueqi couldn't agree to no matter what. Now, not only could the soul strands make sounds, even his primordial spirit had a great change. Could Xueqi remain calm? A kind of uncontrollable ecstasy spontaneously arose. This young master can finally use the green seal text. Finally, I can use the soul curse. Xueqi knew the formidable power of the green seal text, and also knew the strange effect of the soul curse. He could finally try some of the methods of the ancient great gods. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xueqi calmed down. When he carefully checked again, he made a new discovery. The soul strands around Xueqi's primordial spirit were extremely numerous, almost filling the entire clear spirit heaven. Only a very small portion of these soul strands could make sounds. However, with the passage of time, this proportion gradually increased. Although the increase was still extremely slow, it was still increasing. It was only a matter of time before all the soul strands could make sounds. With the sound of music, the clear spirit heaven was clearly a lot more lively. Even the speed of Xueqi's primordial spirit's ascension was a lot faster than before. It seems that the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not only about dancing, but also music. The two complemented each other to achieve the best results. Xueqi gradually understood. After looking at his own situation, Xueqi looked at Little White Dragon's soul. Following the sound of music, Little White Dragon naturally danced crazily like Xueqi's primordial spirit. However, Xueqi could clearly see that Little White Dragon was still a bit dimmer than before. Presumably, Little White Dragon had used a lot of energy to attack the Sound Clam beast's body. Moreover, Little White Dragon hadn't completely recovered last time, so it didn't let Xueqi disturb it. Now that it was forcibly pulled out of the mysterious dark clouds by the Sound Clam beast, it had no choice but to fight the Sound Clam beast with all its might. However, fortunately, although there was some energy loss, it wasn't fatal. It would slowly recover with quiet cultivation. Therefore, Xueqi didn't disturb Little White Dragon. His mind withdrew from the clear spirit heaven and took out Master Qin's soul nest. He took out the bone that recorded the green seal text sound soul technique. Just as he was about to look at it, his heart stirred. He put the bone aside and took out the root of the netherworld bamboo from his bosom. Looking at this 1-inch tall fist-sized object that was wrapped in a layer of faint black strands, Xueqi released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at it. Then, he released his mind and wrapped this object, slowly sending it into the space. His own mind also entered the space. He saw that the netherworld bamboo was very normal outside the space. The black strands came out from one end and entered from the other. However, just as his mind sent it into the space, the instant it touched the space, the netherworld bamboo suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in Xueqi's mind. Damn it! Why is it so strange? Could it be that the netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were not sent into the space? Could it be that the netherworld objects can't enter the space? Xueqi was somewhat puzzled. But then he rejoiced. Fortunately, this young master has the experience of the disappearance of the netherworld lotus. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Ziming take the netherworld bamboo. I would have given it to him myself. Alas, this trip to the netherworld was in vain. Then, Xueqi's mind carefully searched the space again, but he couldn't find the netherworld bamboo. Only then did he come out of the space and began to comprehend the bone. Xueqi's meditation didn't matter, and several dozen days quickly passed. On this day, Xueqi's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bone in his hand, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Sure enough, there isn't a single secret art in this world that is easy to comprehend. Even if you comprehend it, it is difficult to use it. Although Master Qin's soul technique is not profound, but if you really want to practice it to understand it, it is really difficult. I originally thought that with this soul technique, I would be able to pronounce it. But I didn't expect that I would still need to learn the secret of pronouncing it. But now that I can pronounce it, I realize that the difficult part is still to come. The pronunciation of the green seal script is different from normal speech. Because there are only 365 green seal script characters, when 2 green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable. When 3, 4, or even more green seal script characters are put together, they become a new syllable that is even more complicated. I must first learn the most basic green seal script characters. Then, I can add them one by one. For example, the green seal script characters of the cloud and rain technique. This green seal script is equivalent to a talisman. If I want to use this talisman, I have to use my soul thread to pronounce all the green seal script characters at the same time. This is also the reason why the cloud and rain talisman has the cloud and rain technique effect. Chapter 2902. However, there's a huge difference between the soul thread being able to speak and the soul thread being able to speak. It's like how a newborn baby can cry, but it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Xueqi's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the soul silk can speak. Isn't my primordial spirit like a child? Can the primordial spirit speak like a human? Previously, the soul silk was able to speak because it was stained with the mysterious juice of the sound clam beast. Isn't my primordial spirit also stained with that juice? Forget it, forget it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Immediately, Xueqi smiled bitterly. I'd better practice the soul silk's pronunciation first. When the soul silk can produce the green seal text, then I'll think about the possibility of using the primordial spirit to chant the talisman. Then, Xueqi's mind entered the clear spirit heaven and used the secret method in his joints to temper the soul silk to produce the pronunciation. This secret method was indeed useful. When the soul silk swayed, some vague syllables were produced, and at the same time, some faint green light was suddenly produced. Xueqi knew that if the syllables were clear and correct, this green light should be able to produce the most basic 365 green seal text. Just as Xueqi was practicing in full swing, his heart suddenly moved. He urged the primordial spirit to continue practicing the pronunciation of the green seal text, but his mind left the mysterious dark cloud. Outside the main hall where Xueqi was in seclusion, Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, was standing at the door with a frown. Behind her, the attendant named Fu Lu was standing beside her with a bitter expression. At this time, Fu Lu was obviously much older, and his figure was somewhat stooped.
Beside him were several attendants in the same attire.
Some of them had followed Zi Ming to the Sky Patrol City, and some had not. But their faces were as sad as Fu Lu's. Seeing Zi Ming hesitating at the door for a moment and then turning to leave, pacing back and forth a few times before standing at the door hesitantly again, Fu Lu couldn't help but say, "Miss, you might as well knock on the door directly. Young Master Xiao has been in seclusion for so long. I think he should be fine. If you keep delaying like this, I'm afraid it's not a good thing. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village has urged you several times, and G-Man is also a little impatient." "Don't be impatient." Zi Ming simply didn't listen to Fu Lu finish speaking. He raised his hand and stopped Fu Lu from continuing.
He replied indifferently, "When young Master Xiao came out of the Netherworld Eye, he was already heavily injured."
Also, didn't you hear from Elder Jilon? There were actually 2 Netherworld beasts fighting in the Netherworld Sea. Young Master Xiao must have been affected. If he doesn't come out now, he must be at a critical juncture of healing. How can I disturb him? As for G-Man's side, I think I should go and beg him again."
With a creaking sound, the tightly shut door of the palace opened in front of Zi Ming's eyes.
"Young Master Xiao." Zi Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly looked up. When he saw Xiao Hua's smiling eyes and his usual expression, the big stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. However, she still asked, "You, how are your injuries?" Xiao Hua walked out of the palace door and met everyone's gaze. He was originally smiling, but after seeing Fu Lu, his heart was slightly stunned.
Because whether it was Fu Lu or the other guards beside him, their eyes didn't have the kind of joy that Zi Ming had.
There was more vigilance and hatred. Immediately, Xiao Hua understood, and a trace of helplessness emerged in his heart. But when he heard Zi Ming's question, saw Zi Ming's joy, and saw a small flower beside Zi Ming's black hair, his face became sad again, and he said in a low voice, "Hee, this Xiao is fine. It's just that this Xiao is useless, unable to protect Zi Yi in the Netherworld Eye, and let Zi Yi fall into the mouth of the Netherworld Beast. Even his corpse can't be left behind. I'm really unworthy of Miss Zi Ming's great trust." Hearing Xiao Hua mention Zi Yi, the joy on Zi Ming's face also hurriedly disappeared. She nodded very sadly and said, "Alas, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven. Perhaps this is Zi Ye's fate. This concubine believes that since you were able to save Jilon and Mo Han from the Netherworld Eye, if you had even half a chance of saving Zi Yi, you would have done it long ago." "Indeed." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The situation that day was very sudden. "Young Master Xiao, the situation that day, Elder Jilon and Mo Han have already reported to G-Man." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the situation that day, Zi Ming hurriedly said, "This concubine knows that it was indeed dangerous. However, what appeared later, according to G-Man's guess, should be the extremely rare sound clam beast of the Netherworld Sea. This sound clam beast's Netherworld sound is extremely powerful. All people or Netherworld beasts that hear the sound clam beast's Netherworld sound will lose themselves, and their bodies will not be under their control. They will only move according to the sound clam beast's arrangements." Elder Ji-Lan heard the Netherworld sound when she was escaping and immediately lost her memory. She does not know anything that happened after that. At this time, G-Man has already roughly known everything that happened in the Netherworld Eye. She just does not know how Zi Yi returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God, and also does not know how young Master Xiao escaped from the sound clam beast's Netherworld sound. Therefore, I ask young Master Xiao to think carefully and follow this concubine to report to Hutu Palace. And this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua understood Zi Ming's meaning and nodded. This Xiao's injuries are now very good, and I have already come out of seclusion. Naturally, I will report to G-Man. This old servant greets young Master Xiao. At this time, Fu Lu, who had been standing by, finally came forward to pay his respects. However, his posture was very forced, and his tone was also cold. Where was the respectful appearance? Fu Lu. Xiao Hua was very apologetic and cupped his hands in return. This Xiao is very sorry. No need to say these things. Fu Lu stood up and said coldly, "Miss has already said that life and death are determined by fate. My family's young master saw young Master Xiao in Sky Patrol City that day and immediately treated young Master Xiao as a celestial being, and tried his best to befriend him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that he was just planting a seed of disaster for himself." Fu Lu, Zi Ming's face was awkward, and she hurriedly scolded Fu Lu. Didn't young Master Xiao say that he has already done his best? If it was not for the fact that things were too sudden, he would definitely want to save Ziyi. Young Master Xiao can even save a Mohan. Why can't he save Ziyi? Miss Ziming. Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile. It's all right. Fu Lu is a loyal servant, and is loyal to Ziyi. This Xiao will not care about his words. Loyal servant or not, this old man does not care. A trace of excitement appeared on Fu Lu's face. This old man only knows that young Master Zai treats you with sincerity. When we were in Sky Patrol City, he gave you everything he had. You don't know the importance of those things at all. He has bet his life on you. He really wants to treat you as his only close friend in this life. Young Master Ziye's pain. Others may not know, but how can this old man not know? As he said that, Fu Lu even glanced at Ziming. Ziming's face was extremely embarrassed, and there was even a trace of red. This old man does not dare to say these words, but if this old man does not say it now, when can I say it? Young Master Ziyi has already returned to the embrace of Hutu Great God, and there will no longer be a trace of him in Hutu's stronghold. Perhaps people will still remember Ziyi these days, but what about 10 years later? Within 100 years? This old man is afraid that I will not be able to live past 10 years. By that time, who will still know that Ziyi once lived in Hutu's stronghold? Ziming bit her lips, wanting to stop him, but Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, indicating that she should not say anything. Fu Lu also went all out and said, This old man will not speak of young Master Ziye's pain. He will not tell this old man, nor will he tell anyone else. He can only bury it in his heart. Ever since he returned from Sky Patrol City, young Master Ziyi would mention young Master Xiao from time to time. He was very envious of young Master Zhao's carefreeness, calmness, and magnanimity. He once said that if he could cultivate like young Master Xiao and stand proudly on Dawn Rain Continent with young Master Xiao, his life would not be in vain. This old man knows that he may not be doing this because of young Master Zhao's magnanimity, but because he wants to unload the burden on his shoulders and avoid some inevitable suspicion. He did not expect that young Master Xiao would return to Hutu's stronghold, and even this old servant absolutely did not expect that. Young Master Ziyi must be wild with joy. However, young Master did not expect that meeting young Master Xiao was not only not his greatest joy, but also his greatest misfortune. Young Master was serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall and could still live an ignoble life, but meeting young Master Xiao, even if he could not live, he could not. Ziming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously in the Netherworld path, she had said some of her inner thoughts. After all, it was pitch black, so it was not considered embarrassing. But now, in front of so many people, although Xiao Hua did not speak, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he must have thought of the words from before, and the matter from before. Ziming's face gradually became hot. Fu Lu, actually, Ziyi may not be like what you said, young Master Xiao. Ziming bit her lips and said softly, Young miss, although you and young Master Ziyi are twin siblings, you are not Ziyi after all. How do you know what Ziyi is thinking? Fu Lu's neck stiffened, and he retorted, Young miss spent more time with Ziyi in the beginning. But later on, for the soul falling lamp, you were always running around outside. So how could you spend more time with Ziyi? This old servant has always served young master, so of course, I know more about Ziye's thoughts than young miss. Besides, if not for young Master Zhao's arrival, if not for young Master Zhao's matter, why would young Master Ziyi accompany him into the Netherworld Eye? The two young masters were clearly met by young Miss Ziming, and it was also young Miss Ziming who accompanied them to Hutu's stronghold. But why was it young Master Ziyi who entered the Netherworld Eye? If not for his previous acquaintance with young Master Xiao, why would young Master risk his life? Sometimes, this old servant would struggle in his heart. This young Master Xiao. Did he really meet young Master Ziyi in Sky Patrol City? Otherwise, why would young Master Xiao be able to rescue Mo Han and Ji Lan, but not young Master Zai who was right beside him? Fu Lu's face was flushed red as he spoke. Clearly, he was extremely agitated. Chapter 2903. Fu Lu, you're possessed. You're too right, too unimaginable. Hearing this, Ziming's face turned cold. She put away her previous gentleness and scolded,
Who gave you the guts to say such disrespectful words? If not for the fact that you've been serving Zai and are a loyal servant, I would have thrown you into prison today and taken your life. Humph, with this old servant's age, why would I be afraid of prison?
Even if Miss wants this old servant's life right now, this old servant won't even frown.
Fu Lu didn't care about anything else and shouted, "This old servant will risk my life to speak up for young Master Zai.
I will also speak out about the things that many people in Huta village are angry about but don't dare to speak out. I will let others know that our Huta village is also wise."
Shut up.
Do you really think I don't dare to touch you?
Ziming was furious.
If you dare to touch young Master Zai, then you naturally dare to kill this old servant.
Fu Lu shouted, throwing caution to the wind.
You wait. Quickly seal this old man's mouth and drag him out. Ziming pointed at the guards beside her and said, "Now that Zai's sacrificial period has just passed, let him spout nonsense here. The other shaman villages still have elders here. If they hear this, wouldn't it be a great loss to our Huta village's dignity?"
Yes. A few attendants hurried forward and restrained Fu Lu.
Fu Lu struggled, his face flushed red. Unfortunately, he couldn't say another word.
"Miss," then two attendants bowed and begged. "Fu Lu is young Master Zai's old servant. Miss, please, for young Master's sake, for the sake of young Master's hard work, just throw him into prison and let him spend the rest of his life in prison."
Humph,
Ziming sneered. "This kind of old servant is the most hateful.
Just because he's a little old, he takes advantage of his seniority and casually orders people around. Usually it's fine, but now is the crucial time. How can we let his groundless nonsense destroy the stability of our Huta village?"
"Miss," everyone begged. Fu Lu saw an old friend and was momentarily blinded.
Wasn't he fine just now?
If he was respectful to the young miss, was waiting here obediently? "Please be merciful, miss."
Alas.
Ziming sighed and waved his hand.
"Put him down first. There's no need to throw him into the blood prison. Let him calm down and think. Sometimes, seeing is believing."
The guards were overjoyed and hurriedly said in unison, "Thank you for your kindness, miss."
"You may leave. Send a few people to report to the back Earth Palace.
Young Master Xiao will immediately go and kowtow to G-Man, tell him what happened in the Netherworld Eye." Ziming waved his hand and instructed.
"Yes."
The guards glanced at each other, then split into two groups. One group took Fu Lu away, while the other quickly walked out of the hall. "Sai, let's go, young Master Xiao." Ziming said apologetically, "This concubine really didn't expect." "It's fine," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Others may not know, but how could this Xiao not know? This concubine knows that young master understands, but this Fu Lu was still fine just now. These days he was also normal. I didn't expect that when he saw young master, he would suddenly lose his composure."
Ziming nodded and replied, "I'm afraid it's because Miss Ziming lost her composure first."
Fu Lu saw something strange. Xiaohua was a bystander, so he naturally saw it clearly. Yes, it should be so.
Ziming also knew that his joy just now made Fu Lu suspicious. Perhaps he had misunderstood.
But the problem is,
Fu Lu's thoughts are also the thoughts of some people in the back Earth stronghold.
This is...
Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but soon understood.
Xiaohua was brought back by Ziming, but Ziyi accompanied him into the Netherworld Eye. If the karma of Ziyi and Xiaohua being old friends was removed, no matter what, it was impossible.
Anyone who was interested in guessing would draw a lot of reasons for Ziye's death. Even with G-Man's identity, it would be difficult to explain.
Alas, gossip is a fearful thing.
Xiaohua sighed. What else could he say?
It was something that didn't exist in the first place, but it could still be insinuated out of thin air. This kind of action was definitely not something Xiaohua could imagine. This concubine didn't think it through enough.
Ziming smiled bitterly.
I only wanted to finish everything before lighting the soul-falling lamp.
Right now, it has indeed caused a lot of rumors.
If this concubine had known earlier, she would have just told the truth. Yes, a lie is often made up for by 10 or even 100 lies.
Many times, it's better not to tell the truth.
Xiaohua sighed.
Let's go.
G-Man has already waited for dozens of days.
Midnight sacrifice has long passed. It's time to let everyone know about the situation inside the Netherworld Eye.
As Ziming spoke,
He extended his hand and took out the netherworld bamboo from the soul nest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took the netherworld bamboo and carefully put it into his storage bag.
He didn't dare to casually throw it into the space.
Xiao Mao and the others?
Xiao Hua only now asked.
Young Master Xiao and the others are also near the back earth hall. Ziming explained. Ziye's sacrifice ceremony was very grand. The witch elders and G-man of my back earth villages also came. The Shibai village also sent their elders. This is an excellent opportunity. Young Master Xiao is using his connections to establish a relationship with many witch elders and G-man.
Oh? He has this ability?
Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Young Master Zhao's strength may not be comparable to yours, but in this aspect, he is indeed stronger than you. If you want to establish your own sect, you'll have to learn from them. Ziming replied with a smile. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. There was no jealousy in his heart. Everyone was different, and he had always known that he didn't have the bearing of a leader. Moreover, he had never had the goal of becoming the master of a region. It would be best if he could establish the fortune gate, but if he couldn't, he wouldn't force it. Oh, so that means Xiao Mao should have found out about his origin? After all, the Shibai village's elders are here, and there are so many witch elders and G-man. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head, answering, Xiao Mao's matter is not suitable to be publicized in my back earth village. Moreover, his identity is still a mystery even now. I have already probed the Shibai village's elder, and she doesn't seem to have any impression of Xiao Mao. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she is pretending. After all, as young master said, Yi Yu attacked Xiao Mao that night. The Shibai village's elders should know something. Forget it, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Things have to be done step by step. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of Xiao Mao's origin and sighed. With your back earth village's support and the millet seed.
Oh right.
Ziming, with so many witch villages G-man and witch elders here, it is a good opportunity to send out the millet seed. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the millet seed and quickly asked. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Ziming's heart felt warm for no reason. That's right, the gathering of these witch elders and G-man was indeed a good opportunity. Although Xiao Mao didn't reveal his origin, he got to know a lot of influential people. It was extremely important for Xiao Mao's future development in Meng Mountains. As for Xiao Hua, when he thought of these influential people, all he could think of was the millet seed. He wanted to give them the millet seed and let them bring it back to their witch villages, so that these millet seed could be planted in the mountains and rivers of Meng Mountains as soon as possible, allowing those natives who were on the verge of starving to death to escape from their dangerous situation. Of course, Xiao Mao also had the millet seed, but Ziming knew that Xiao Mao would never give it to these witch elders and G-man for free. There must be some kind of transaction, some kind of price. As for Xiao Hua, the initiator of all this, he didn't ask for anything in return, not even a little bit of reputation. Sigh, comparing people. Why is there such a big difference? Ziming couldn't help but sigh, but then she became sad again. That's right, not to mention Xiao Mao, what was so good about her? If she had to give the millet seed to these G-man, she would have some thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, Ziming understood why she couldn't help but have a deep impression of this man when she first saw him, and couldn't help but want to befriend him. Although this man's appearance was very ordinary, but his heart was extremely great, and his heart was also very broad. He could put all the common people in Xiaoyu continent, and the millions of natives in Meng Mountains in his heart. Ziming. Seeing Ziming was a little absent-minded, Xiao Hua didn't know that she was thinking so much, and asked curiously, those millet seed, Xiao Lang. Ziming couldn't hold back the fire in her heart, and said in a low voice, although the millet seed is very important, but I'm still not out of danger, and I can't break through the last layer of paper with G-man. Therefore, the millet seed is also something I can rely on. Oh, is that so? How could Xiao Hua not know what Ziming was thinking? He sighed and asked, is it your idea, or Xiao Mao's idea? I won't hide it from Xiao Lang. It's our idea. Ziming answered very calmly. The sooner the better. Many people will starve to death every day. Xiao Hua didn't care about the change in the way Ziming addressed him. Thinking about what he saw when he came to Hutu's stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But looking at Ziming's apologetic face, he hurriedly said, Of course, it depends on you. I know that this matter is related to the future of you and Xiao Mao, so I will listen to your arrangements. Xiao Lang, Ziming's heart softened, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to pull Xiao Hua, but just as she stretched out half an inch, her face turned red, and she hurriedly retracted her hand. Oh, I finally understand. Xiao Hua didn't seem to notice Ziming's action, and at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the palace in the distance, and suddenly said. Ziming was slightly surprised, and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What did you understand?" Hee, you just said that G-Man was waiting for me to report to him, and I was a little surprised. Weren't you also in the Netherworld Eye? So, you didn't report to G-Man at all. Because you and G-Man only have a kind of tacit understanding, a tacit understanding that can't be made clear. Chapter 2904. That's right. Especially now. Ziming's eyes were filled with worry. Ziyan died in my hands, and G-Man still hasn't received the news. I've already sent my trusted men to intercept Ziyan's subordinates outside Huta village. Once they find them, they'll kill them immediately. We just don't want G-Man to know the truth before Elder Wu returns. If she were to fall out with us, all of us would die without a burial ground. Xiao Hua wasn't good at scheming, so he couldn't sense the dangers involved. But when he heard Ziming's words, he was also shocked. He said in a low voice, Ziming, I think your Huta stronghold's G-Man is very benevolent. He can't be as sinister as you think, right? Besides, Ziyan was possessed by a demon, and G-Man might not be? Why don't you just tell her? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Xiao Hua, facing G-Man, I'm at a disadvantage, so I don't dare to not plan. Even if building Ziye's cenotaph a few days ago was a very good opportunity, with G-Man and Elder Wu appearing, if this concubine were to tell them about Ziyan's matter in front of so many people, it would be a form of protection for this concubine. But I hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to say it in front of G-Man, for fear that I'll embarrass her and make her angry. Without Elder Wu, without Xiao Hua by my side, I don't dare to make a move. Ziming said earnestly. Hiding like this won't do. Xiao Hua understood Ziming's thoughts and nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Xiao Hua, don't scold me. Ziming laughed. Midnight's memorial ceremony isn't the most solemn. Not all of G-Man and Elder Wu from Shibai village and its subordinate Wu village will come. When Ziming lights up the soul-falling lamp, that will be the most solemn ceremony. At that time, Xiao Hua and I will take out the seed. That will be the best time. At this point, Ziming let out a sad laugh and continued. Of course, if I can't wait until Grandmaster Wu comes back, then, when I'm executed, it will be a grand ceremony as well. The ceremony will be even more grand than midnight. G-Man will definitely take out the seeds and distribute them to Meng Mountains. Xiaolang, don't worry, the people of Meng Mountains will remember Reverend Zhao's kindness. Ziming. Xiao Hua's heart was slightly sour when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at this woman with concern. Whether it was her heart or her shoulders, she must have seen Midnight's sacrifice and easily thought of her own death. It's all right. Xiao Lang. It's actually this concubine's fault for not thinking things through and bringing Xiao Lang and the others into danger. Ziming forced a smile and said, however, to be able to meet an extraordinary person like Xiao Lang and Taoist Xiao in this world, I can die without regrets. Things haven't reached that stage yet. We haven't decided whether G-Man is a friend or a foe yet. There's still a possibility that Elder Wu will return. Yes, there is also Xiao Lang accompanying this concubine. Ziming said shyly at this time, and her voice was very soft, for fear of being heard by others. However, if she were to ask Ziming to transmit his voice, she would not be willing to do so. Although such sweet words could not make one feel intoxicated, listening to each and every word made her feel happy in life. In her life, it was very rare for her to have the opportunity to say such sweet words, and it was also very rare for her to meet a man like Xiao Hua who could make her feel emotional. Yes, this Xiao is by your side. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said while looking into the distance, as long as this Xiao has one breath left, I will definitely not let that old witch hurt a single hair on your head. Old witch? Ziming heard this and smiled. The fear from before had long disappeared. She said, "Xiao Lang, this old witch reminds this concubine of a childhood story." However, when she said this, Ziming was somewhat sad. She raised her head and said, "Let's go, sooner or later we will have to face it. Perhaps today is an opportunity." The Empress Earth Palace was a magnificent palace. It was much bigger than any palace Xiaohua had seen before. Its majestic aura could be seen from far away. If it were not for the beast heads and ghost faces that could be seen from time to time, Xiaohua would almost think that this was the foundation of some great Xiuzhen sect. Moreover, from far away, there were spirit warriors wearing armor standing on both sides. They held strange weapons in their hands that looked like iron halberds and bronze spears. They stood valiantly and proudly under the countless flags. That imposing manner was really like one man holding back 10,000 men. Even when Xiaohua walked through these spirit warriors and arrived in front of the main hall's door, the pressure from the carved beams and painted pillars made Xiaohua feel as if he could not breathe. Xiaohua had to admit from the bottom of his heart that the Empress Earth stronghold, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, was not something he could face directly. Without waiting for Xiaohua to step onto the steps in front of the palace door, a majestic shout resounded from above his head. Immediately after, that voice was transmitted directly into the palace hall. This shout was spoken with perfect articulation. Although Xiaohua could hear it clearly, he didn't understand what it meant. However, according to his thoughts, it should be similar to a report. Sure enough, when Xiaohua followed Ziming to the side of the steps to the hall's door, a voice came from inside again. A guard at the door respectfully said, "G-Man invites the state of Xi's Imperial Thunder School, Xiaohua, to enter the Empress Earth Palace for an audience." "Many thanks, G-Man." Xiaohua did not know how to reply, and only casually bowed in response. That guard stepped aside and allowed Xiaohua to enter. Hiss! Xiaohua followed Ziming into the Empress Earth Palace. Although he was mentally prepared like before, when he saw the scene in front of him, he still could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to use his divine thought or Buddhist awareness to explore, but he could only see with his naked eyes. Not to mention the hundreds of huge bone pillars, which stood there eerily, with black or green brilliance flashing on each of the pillars. When the brilliance flashed, some huge nether beasts showed their ferocious faces. Not to mention the blood-red color on the roof of the palace, which could be seen with the naked eye. He could see layers of blood waves rushing toward his face. The indistinct, seemingly real waves of the netherworld sea also rushed into his ears, and a feeling of fear arose spontaneously. Not to mention that on the hall's surface, countless bones and skeletons were scattered all over. Among these bones, a mournful and sorrowful sound like a chilly wind blew in all directions, and a chilling feeling was also born in an instant. At a glance, the entire hall seemed to be boundless. Inside the hall, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls, the sound of the netherworld wind was loud, and a kind of feeling of being in the depths of the netherworld was enough to make Xiaohua look askance. "Young Master Xiao, follow this concubine." At this time, Ziming also had a respectful expression, and said solemnly, "The Empress Earth Palace of my Empress Earth stronghold is a huge soul formation. Any swordsman or cultivator who does not understand will be attacked if they rashly use their divine sense to explore. Moreover, the more guilty a person is, the more inner demons will be born when they enter the Empress Earth Palace. Young Master Xiao is a magnanimous person. You only need to restrain your heart and not look too much." "Yes, this Xiao understands." Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the direction Ziming was walking, he also slightly quickened his pace and changed direction. Sure enough, in an instant, that kind of oppressive momentum and ferocious intent was reduced by a lot. However, the situation inside the hall was still unclear. There was only a flickering ghostly shadow, and a cold wind blew in all directions. It was as if they had walked into an abandoned graveyard in the wilderness. Even a cultivator like Xiaohua could clearly feel that those ghostly shadows that appeared in front of and behind him at any time were not fake. Perhaps if he was a little bit negligent, those ghostly claws and sharp teeth could possibly bite him. Could this be the legendary opening gambit? Xiaohua shrunk his neck and looked helplessly at Ziming, who was leading the way. He was truly afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he didn't follow Ziming. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, a green light suddenly flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes, as if a layer of fog had been cut off. With a burst of light and shadow, a huge palace appeared in front of Xiaohua. In addition to the huge pillars that he saw before, there were many light green decorations. However,
Xiaohua only glanced at these decorations for a moment before his eyes stopped at the top of the palace.
There was a 2-story high platform above. On the top level, there was only a light green table, and no one was sitting on it. The lower level was slightly smaller, and the table was also bright green. Behind the table was the Empress Earth Stockade's G-Man. When Xiaohua looked below G-Man, it was like an ordinary Dao sect cultivator's banquet. There were also rows of tables, and behind each table sat a person. These people were either male or female, old or young. However, most of them were unfamiliar to Xiaohua. Only a small portion of them were the Empress Earth Stronghold elders that Xiaohua had met before entering the Netherworld path. As for Xiao Mao, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, the 3 of them sat at the very bottom. Moreover, the 3 of them sat at the same table. Boy greets G-Man. Ziming walked a few quick steps. It was rather strange. They were clearly still very far away, but Ziming's few steps seemed to be faster than running. Very quickly, he neared the crowd. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He followed closely behind Ziming and hurriedly said, "Junior Xiaohua greets G-Man. Please stand up." At this moment, G-Man no longer had the benevolence from before in the care pavilion. In its place was a kind of grace and pressure. He raised his hand and said indifferently, "Thank you, G-Man," Ziming said as he straightened his body. Xiaohua didn't reply and straightened his chest. "How dare you?" Right in front of Xiaohua, less than 2 zhong away, under the white bone pillar, a slightly thin and small god shouted, "G-Man's orders, you dare to not return the courtesy? You dare to offend G-Man? Return the courtesy?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he bowed and said, "Thank you, G-Man." No matter." G-Man's face hung a light smile. "Cultivators from the country of Xi are my Empress Earth Stronghold's distinguished guests. Not knowing my Empress Earth Stronghold's etiquette can't be considered as offending." This. Xiaohua indeed scratched his head. He raised his voice and said, "Junior is a cultivator and has always pursued freedom. How would I know etiquette? If G-Man has some rules here, please inform me in advance." Chapter 2905. It's all Boy's fault. Ziming says with a smile, "When we met G-Man, we didn't need any etiquette. Boy was careless. Today, we came to Ho-Tu Palace in a hurry and didn't warn Xiaohua." Nonsense. The guard doesn't dare to talk to Ziming, but sneers at Xiaohua. The cultivators from the Dao sect were all well-educated and reasonable. How come they don't know etiquette when they come to you? Is this how the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect are? Ziming frowns and looks at the guard with displeasure. She didn't expect the guard to make things difficult for her. She mutters in her heart, not knowing if this was G-Man's idea. Hearing this, Xiaohua sneers and says, "That's right. I don't know the etiquette of Meng Mountain. Also, I am a rogue cultivator. I don't even know the etiquette of the Imperial Thunder sect. When I set the etiquette in the future, I will let you know what etiquette is." Big. The guard takes a step forward and is about to get angry. G-Man says indifferently, "Qing Yan, I already said that Xiaohua is my Ho-Tu Stronghold's honored guest. He also saved Mo Han from the Netherworld Eye. He can be considered my Ho-Tu Stronghold's benefactor. Although you are the law enforcer and in charge of all the laws in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, this kind of etiquette negligence shouldn't be a big deal, right?" "Yes, subordinate understands." The guard quickly lowers his head and stands under the bone pillar, ignoring Xiaohua. Damn it, this is clearly a show of strength. Xiaohua understood, and he felt disdain in his heart. Looks like Ziming is not worried about nothingness. This G-Man really has some problems. Xiaohua, at this moment, G-Man speaks again and asks straightforwardly, "I'm sure you know why I called you here today. When the Netherworld Eye opened in my Ho-Tu Stronghold, not only did thousands of spirit warriors enter the Netherworld Eye, even the 2 elders of Jingapple Stronghold, Ziyi and you entered. But in the end, only you, Ji-Lan, and my Huta Stronghold soul warrior, Mo Han, came out. The other several thousand soul warriors stayed in the Netherworld Sea. Even Midnight didn't come out. Even when we were outside the Yellow Springs Palace, we all knew that something had happened in the Netherworld Eye, but Ji-Lan and Mo Han knew very little about it. In the end, They only knew that the Sound Clam beast had appeared, but they were unable to tell how those thousands of people had died. Little friend Xiao, please explain this matter in detail. After all, Ziyi is the son of my Hutu stockade. His death.
I need to give an explanation to my people, as well as to Elder Wu, who has yet to return. As she spoke, Ji-man glanced at the bottom of her right hand, which was on the left side of Xiao Hua. Ji-man, Elder Ji-lan and the others were also seated there. She continued, moreover, the Jing Apple Village has been in my Hutu village for a long time. I can't refuse their request. Your wager should be decided today. If you can't take out the Netherworld Orchid, then this Netherworld Mirror will have to be given to the Jing Apple Village to use. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Hua bowed and looked at Zi Ming. Zi Ming smiled slightly, as if he was encouraging Xiao Hua. And so Xiao Hua explained everything that happened in the Yellow Springs Palace, the Netherworld Eye, and even the situation of him and Zi Ming looking for the Netherworld Orchid and Netherworld Bamboo. There was nothing to hide about this matter, and Xiao Hua didn't plan on hiding it either. Although Zi Ming said that he didn't report it to Ji-man, who knew if Ji-man would ask Zi Ming about it? Since Zi Ming didn't give any hints, Xiao Hua would naturally talk about the dangers involved. When everyone heard that there were 2 underworld beasts in the Netherworld Sea, and that the Hutu god's doppelganger didn't look like Hutu god, but something else, they all turned pale with fright. When they heard that the 2 underworld beasts were fighting in the Netherworld Sea, they were even more confused. When Xiao Hua talked about the Sound Clam beast, Ji-man was not particularly surprised because she already had some guesses. Of course, Ziye's life should have ended when the Sound Clam beast appeared. Xiao Hua's words were also very good. When he heard the mysterious music, he immediately lost consciousness like Elder Ji-lan and the others. As for how long he lost consciousness, he didn't know. In short, when he woke up, his body flashed with golden light, and Ziyi had already disappeared. He left an excuse for Ziye's corpse to appear in the future, or for Zi Ming to resurrect Ziyi. The end of Xiao Hua's story was to escape. He escaped from the gap, and it was in that gap that he saw Elder Ji-lan. On the way, he even saw Mo Han, who was crushed by a huge rock, and rescued Mo Han in passing. Xiao Hua had been interrogated more than once in the Sword Dao battle, and he was able to weave an extravagant lie. When it came to telling the truth, it was naturally easy for him to do so, and his narration was extremely brilliant. So much so that when Xiao Hua finished speaking, looking at the intoxicated and infatuated appearance of everyone, Xiao Hua's own little tail was about to curl up. Damn it, it seems that if this young master doesn't have a place to cultivate, even if I go to some secular tea house, I can still be a storyteller with a boundless future. After half a cup of tea's time, Ji-man coughed and asked, Xiao Hua, can you confirm that the doppelganger of Hutu god is the phantom you saw in the square before? Damn it! Your nether beast is the nether beast that Hutu stronghold has worshipped for God knows how many years. Even when it saw Zi Ming, it didn't harm him. What I said is like slapping the face of the ancestors of Hutu stronghold. When Xiao Hua heard this, his little tail immediately shriveled up. He quickly bowed and said, Ji-man, this junior is going to report to you again, and this is also the result of this junior's meditation during this period of secluded cultivation. Speak. This junior was with Ziyi at that time. This junior said that I saw the nether beast in the square, but Ziyi denied it. Because this junior is not from Meng Mountains, I couldn't see the true face of the nether beast. What he saw was not the nether beast that appeared in the square. However, the situation was very urgent at that time, and this junior didn't dare to release my divine sense. Naturally, this junior was mistaken. Unfortunately, Ziyi can't explain it here. Oh. Ji-man breathed out a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then this old woman is relieved. The doppelganger of Hutu god has been worshipped by my Hutu stronghold for countless years. How could it harm the people of my Hutu stronghold? It should be that other nether beasts are somewhat similar to the doppelganger of the great god. When they saw the doppelganger of the great god appear here, they followed it and occasionally appeared in the Netherworld Eye. Yes, that must be it. Zi Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was indeed a little strange. She herself didn't know the origin of the nether beast. When Xiao Hua was in secluded cultivation, she had considered how to explain it. She even wanted to say that this nether beast was the one that saved her and Xiao Hua later.
She originally wanted to have a discussion with Xueqi when he came out of seclusion, but after encountering Fu Lu's matter, her mood suddenly became extremely bad, and she forgot all these things. When Xueqi brought it up now, her heart thumped loudly, and she knew the oversight in the matter. Xueqi's cover-up could not be considered clever, but it was detailed and pertinent. If he had directly followed Zi Ming's words and replaced the nether beast with a savior later, then the danger of this nether beast would have been covered up. If G-Man didn't have any misgivings, perhaps it would have harmed the Hutu's stronghold in the future. Now that Xueqi had given Zi Yi the right to judge, presumably G-Man had already heard something. It could be considered a perfect explanation for this matter. G-Man. Just as G-Man finished speaking, an old and doddering elder stood up, holding a bone staff in his hand. He trembled as he bowed and said, "This old man has a few questions, but I don't know if I should ask." Hee. Great Elder Jie, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. G-Man hurriedly raised his hand and replied, "Fine. I knew it." Xueqi's face was bitter. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be questioned by others. As expected, Great Elder Jie turned his head and looked at Xueqi. "Xueqi, what you said before, can you swear the Dao sect's so-called blood oath?" "Si." Xueqi took in a deep breath. He had seen ruthless people before, but he had never seen such a ruthless person. The first sentence he said was to force others to swear a blood oath. It seemed that in Xueqi's impression, only the extremely arrogant Gantian Mountain would do such a thing. "Elder." Xueqi faintly bowed and said, "What this junior said is what this junior saw. This junior will report it in full detail. As for the blood oath, I'm sorry, this junior does not have the habit of bowing and groveling. Please forgive me." "Great Elder." Zi Ming hurriedly said, "Xueqi is Zai's good friend and is also an important guest of our Back Earth stronghold. He definitely won't lie. Furthermore, there is no need for him to lie. This junior knows what you are thinking, but don't worry." Unfortunately, Great Elder Jie didn't care at all. He said with a calm and slightly old voice, however, without the Dao sect's blood oath, "This is all your side of the story. How do you expect me to believe you? Whether you believe me or not is Great Elder's matter. I won't force you." Xueqi wasn't annoyed. He had to reply to the words of the Golden Core Masters in the meeting hall. However, facing the Great Elder of the Back Earth Hall, Xueqi didn't feel any pressure. Cough cough, Great Elder. G-Man could only cough twice and say, "Xueqi is a Dao sect cultivator and came to our Meng Mountain as a guest. No matter what, he represents the Dao sect. Furthermore, he is Zai's good friend and this matter concerns Zai's life and death. He definitely won't lie about this. As for the blood oath, let's not talk about it." Alright, since even G-Man believes it, this old man has nothing else to ask. Grand Elder Jie trembled as he prepared to sit down. Chapter 2906. Sigh. It seems like there are always people who take advantage of their seniority everywhere. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are no exception. Xueqi sighed. He knew that G-Man would definitely back down, so he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Unexpectedly, G-Man said indifferently, "Since Great Elder Jie has nothing to ask, then sit down." G-Man. Before Great Elder Jie sat down, another slightly younger elder stood up and walked out from the table in front of him. Bowing, he said, "This subordinate has 2 questions for Xueqi." Go ahead." G-Man nodded lazily. "Little friend Xiao, this old man from Hutu Stockade has 2 points that I don't quite understand. Please explain them in detail." Seeing that this person was very amiable, Xueqi smiled and said, "Elder, please speak. This junior will tell you everything he knows." Actually, little friend has already explained it in detail, but this old man still doesn't understand. Elder Jie smiled and said, "Why did the second underworld beast save you? Could it be that young Master Zai has some connection with this underworld beast? Or does little friend have some connection with this underworld beast?" Elder, this is a good question. This is what this junior has always been puzzled about. Xueqi nodded and said seriously, "If I say that this junior has some connection with the underworld beast, I'm sure Elder would be the first to not believe me, right?" Even this junior doesn't dare to believe it. But if the second underworld beast has some enmity with the first one, Then this junior feels that it is a bit strange. The two underworld beasts happened to meet in the netherworldly eye, so they started fighting. Then, the soul cultivators of Hutu Stockade were affected. This is what my Tao sect always says: when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. But recently, this junior has a new idea. When this junior lost consciousness, Zai was right next to this junior, and this junior had unknowingly walked to the side of the netherworldly sea. Before this junior lost consciousness, the two underworld beasts were still fighting. If Zai was saved by the underworld beast, then it is absolutely possible. That's right. Isn't that the underworld beast worshipped by Hutu Stockade? Ziming's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Xiaohua wanted to bring out Zai's corpse more and more. This was an excellent reason for him to bring out his precious corpse in the future. Seeing that Xiaohua hadn't really answered the question, the first elder didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, as if it were a routine matter, he asked another question. Very well then. This old man has one last question. That is, when the sound clam appeared, young friend, you were already not far from the Sea of Hades. But why was it that when you woke up and walked to the side of the Sea of Hades, the several thousand soul warriors of my back earth stronghold were buried in the Sea of Hades? At that time, Elder Jilan was still very far away from the Netherworld Sea. What about the crack near the Netherworld Sea? Heh, Xiaohua laughed in his mind. He was the only one who knew the truth. Even Ziming was confused, so didn't he just say whatever he wanted? AI, Elder Jie, this junior also wanted to answer this question of yours. Unfortunately, this junior has been thinking about it for a long time, but I haven't been able to figure it out. This junior doesn't know what happened on that day. After all, this junior was confused by the sound mirage beast and became delirious. This junior also doesn't know why the golden barrier around this junior's body was able to block the sound mirage beast. Furthermore, this golden barrier was eroded by the winds of the netherworldly sea. So why was it able to activate itself and block the sound? This junior also doesn't know. It seemed that Elder Jie didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter. Hearing Xiaohua's explanation, he nodded. This old man is puzzled. This is the end of everything and all the explanations are within. But little friend Xiao is also in a jar, so it's normal that you don't know. The reason why this old man asked is to see if little friend Xiao had any special feelings. No, Xiaohua shook his head firmly. After this junior woke up, this junior felt extremely tired, both mentally and physically. Furthermore, this junior was in a hurry to escape, so I didn't dare to think too much. Along the way, this junior used up all of this junior's magic power and was finally able to escape with my life. While this junior was meditating, this junior was still thanking the great goddess Hutu. Fortunately, she didn't want this junior to stay. Heh, the great goddess Hutu's embrace is the final destination for the people of Meng Mountain. Little friend Xiao is a cultivator of the Tao sect. Even if you wanted to, the great goddess wouldn't accept you. Elder Jie smiled and walked back to the table. Actually, just as Elder Jie said, there were only 3 survivors. Elder Jilan was one side, Emo Han was another, and Xiaohua was the third. Elder Jilan and Emo Han had already reported to Ji-Man in the Hutu Palace. They were interrogated in great detail, but they knew very little. They only knew that the entire netherworldly sea was shaken violently, countless passages collapsed, and countless cliffs fell down. In fact, most of the several thousand spirit warriors had died in this disaster. As for what exactly happened, they didn't know. The entire explanation could only be explained by Xiaohua, and what Xiaohua said didn't contradict what the other two said. Of course, it seemed that Xiaohua himself didn't know how many spirit warriors the nether beast killed and how much brain matter it ate. In the end, when facing the sound mirage beast, the 3 of them were unconscious. Midnight went missing, and no one could explain what happened. The most suspicious thing for the spirit warriors was the golden light Xiaohua used to escape. But it just so happened that this golden light was a technique of the Tao sect. Moreover, Xiaohua had saved 2 people while escaping. If Xiaohua had encountered any survivors, he would have definitely been able to save them. All of a sudden, the spirit warriors' mouths were shut. Everyone, is there anything else you want to ask? Ji-Man lowered his head and looked around. If there's nothing else, this matter will be recorded in the shaman code. Oh, so that's how it is.
Xiaohua somewhat understood why he had to answer questions in the Empress Earth Palace, and why that elder Xu Shi had to stand up and interrogate him. All of this had to be recorded in the Empress Earth Stronghold's Shaman Code. G-Man, Ziming at the side bowed and said, Midnight should be recorded as missing. He might not have returned to the embrace of the Empress Earth Great God.
Yes, these records have their own discretion.
G-Man nodded. If what Xiaohua said is true, then we were a little hasty in making the sacrifice for Midnight. Hearing this, Ziming hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the ground.
Clearly, this was also a mistake. She was a little too hasty.
However, G-Man didn't pursue this matter. She asked again,
Qingzhe, did you hear?
Xiaohua accompanied Midnight to the Netherworld Eye. Although he didn't find the Netherworld Orchid, he did find the Netherworld Bamboo.
You should know the value of the Netherworld Bamboo.
This bet. Your Jing Apple Stronghold has lost.
Yes, this concubine knows.
Jing Apple Stronghold's G-Man hurriedly stood up. Her face was filled with sorrow as she replied, if this concubine knew that the price would be so high, this concubine wouldn't have fought with Miss Ziming for anything. It's all because of this concubine's greed that caused such a huge loss.
G-Man, please punish me.
Sigh, there's no need. G-Man waved his hand. The cultivators of the Taoist sect often say that life and death are decreed by fate, and riches and honor are decided by the heavens. Zai was destined for this calamity. Everything happened because of the great Hutu god. You only came to my Hutu stronghold because you listened to the great Hutu god. Yes, this concubine understands. Jing Apple Stronghold's G-Man hurriedly nodded. This concubine is willing to use the Netherworld Mirror only once. The first 2 times, we will let the Dao sect's distinguished guests use it first.
Good.
G-Man nodded. If you don't have any objections, then let Ziming go to the ancestral shrine to ask for the spirit treasure. Yes, the boy understands. The boy will go to the ancestral shrine after bathing for 3 days.
Ziming finally heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't think that things would be so simple.
Then, G-Man waved her hand. Ziming accompanied Xiaohua to the side. Outside the hall, another table was taken out. The 2 of them sat down. G-Man casually asked a few more questions. Listening to those who came to report, most of them were about the drought in Meng Mountains. G-Man only listened and instructed the note-takers. When Elder Wu came back, she stood up and left.
That's it?
After G-Man left, everyone also stood up and prepared to leave the Empress Earth Hall in 2s and 3s. Xiaohua was just like Ziming. He was confused and felt that it was inconceivable.
No one asked anything else?
Let's go, young Master Xiao.
Ziming smiled.
The Empress Earth Hall is the meeting place of my Empress Earth Stronghold. If it wasn't for the matter of the Netherworld Eye, young Master Xiao and the others wouldn't have been able to enter so easily.
Good.
I've really witnessed the majesty of the Empress Earth Stronghold's meeting hall. Xiaohua said with a smile. Everything had come to an end. They only needed to use the Netherworld Mirror 3 days later, and they would be able to find clues about Xiao Mao's background. At that time, the clouds would be lifted and the sky would be revealed. Thinking about this, Xiaohua felt that all his efforts were not in vain. All his suffering was not in vain. Young Master Xiao, a somewhat old voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head and saw Elder Ji-Lan of Jing Apple Stronghold walking quickly towards him. Elder Ji-Lan. Xiaohua bowed and greeted. It has been several dozen days since we last met.
Has Elder recovered?
Young Master Xiao. Elder Ji-Lan walked in front of Xiaohua and said gratefully, this old one was temporarily bewitched by the Sound Clam beast.
I only need to rest for a few days. How can I be compared to young Master's injuries?
This old one has always wanted to thank young Master for saving my life. However, this old one knew that you were seriously injured and needed to cultivate in seclusion. Thus, this old one did not dare to disturb you. Today, when I saw young Master in the Empress Earth Hall, this old one finally felt relieved. This old one hereby thanks young Master for his great kindness. After saying that, Elder Ji-Lan was about to kneel on the ground. It was actually the etiquette of Meng Mountain. I don't dare. How could Xiaohua allow Elder Ji-Lan to kneel? He quickly stepped forward and supported him. Who would have thought that this simple support would cause a great force to come from Elder Ji-Lan's arm? Xiaohua was startled.
His arm could not help but exert strength as well, firmly supporting Elder Ji-lan. If that was all, it would be fine. However, after Xiaohua supported Elder Ji-lan, the strength of Elder Ji-lan's arm gradually increased, as if he wanted to compete with Xiaohua in terms of strength. Chapter 2907.
This old man. What is he trying to do?
Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but he couldn't let go at this time, so he had to increase his strength along with Elder Ji-lan. After a while, Elder Ji-lan's face turned red. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Ji-lan, are you here to thank me? Or are you here to compete?" Elder Ji-lan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The strength in his arms slowly weakened, and the redness on his face gradually faded.
He then smiled and said, "This old man is here to thank you, young master."
However, this old man heard that young master rescued Mo Han from the boulder, so I wanted to test young master's strength. This is a bit presumptuous of me.
Oh, I see.
Xiaohua suddenly understood. That day, the boulder that was pressing down on Mo Han was extremely large and extremely heavy. Even with Xiaohua's strength, he had to expend a great deal of effort to rescue Mo Han. Presumably, this Elder Ji-lan had heard about it and wanted to win, right? Young Master Xiao. Sure enough, Ziming smiled and said, "Elder Ji-lan is the #1 divine force in our Hutu stronghold. Many young people nowadays can't compare to you." I'm ashamed, but this little strength is nothing in front of young Master Xiao. Elder Ji-lan waved his hand and took out a small storage pouch.
He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "This old man is a soul cultivator.
I've been traveling in Meng Mountains all my life. Although I've met some cultivators of the Dao sect, they were all weak. What this old man got from them was nothing good, so I just threw them away.
You won't be able to use any of my soul cultivation items, so if this old and decrepit man were to only express his gratitude without actually giving you something in return, this old and decrepit man wouldn't be able to live with himself."
"Oh, Elder Ji-lan, you're too polite." Xiaohua knew that there was nothing good in the storage pouch. Before Elder Ji-lan could finish, he hurriedly declined and said, "Rescuing you is this junior's duty. Although you and I have different origins, one is a soul warrior and the other is a cultivator, when this junior met Zion Celestial City in the early years, we were hypocritical and felt that each other was sincere. At that time, to be honest, this junior didn't have a good impression of soul cultivators. But after the trip to Meng Mountains, not only did I know that Zai is a soul cultivator, but I also saw the simplicity of other soul warriors and natives. The difference between Dao and soul cultivators in this junior's heart has long faded. Although we have different cultivation paths, we are all cultivators of the world. You are this junior's senior. This junior has fulfilled his duty. Do you still dare to ask senior for repayment?" Elder Ji-lan was very happy to hear this. His dark and thin face wrinkled like a black-orange peel, and his snow-white eyebrows trembled slightly.
"Young friend, this old man is very happy to hear such words.
This old man wishes that you were one of the soul warriors of Meng Mountain. This old man will definitely pass on his mantle to you." Xiaohua's hand was almost sticking out of his throat. He almost said yes himself. Ziming pursed her lips and wanted to laugh. At this time, she understood Xiaohua's stinginess. She also knew that Xiaohua also wanted Elder Ji-lan's soul technique bone. However, this was obviously impossible. Xiaohua was a cultivator of the country of Shi. Ziming didn't dare to give Xiaohua the soul cultivation technique and soul technique of Hutu stronghold, so how could Elder Ji-lan do it? As long as senior has the heart. Xiaohua pretended to be reserved and said, "This junior understands senior's heart." Hee. Elder Ji-lan naturally wouldn't accept the storage pouch. He couldn't leave Xiaohua's great kindness for the future.
He smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, listen to this old's explanation."
"Senior, please speak." Xiaohua obediently replied. At this time, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hongxia came over and stood next to Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Xiaohua smiled and nodded to the three, indicating that everything was fine. At this time, Elder Ji-lan continued, "In order to thank young Master Xiao for his kindness, this olds took a lot of trouble. However, this olds has nothing that young Master Xiao can use. However, last time at the Huta Palace, Missouri Han said that he was crushed under a huge rock and thus escaped the Sound Mirage Beast's bewitchment. When young Master Xiao rescued him, this old's heart was moved. This storage pouch was something this old specially returned to Jing Apple's stronghold to retrieve. I was waiting for young Master Xiao to come out of seclusion today before giving it to young Master Xiao. Oh, this old's intention was to test young Master Xiao's arm strength just now. Young Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua was grateful. After all, Elder Ji Lan really took a lot of trouble to thank him. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Just now, Miss Ziming also said that this old's innate divine strength is the strongest man in Huta's stronghold for several hundred years. When this old's was young, my ambition was higher than the sky. I wanted to become the strongest man in Meng Mountains. Moreover, I was looking for a way to increase my strength." Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan was somewhat proud as he faintly recalled the scene of his heroic past. A bone refining technique? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. His gaze unconsciously fell on the small storage pouch. Unfortunately, Elder Ji Lan immediately sighed and said, "However, this old searched the entire Meng Mountains for several tens of thousands of miles. I even went nearly 1,000 miles into Wu Meng Mountains, but I still couldn't find a suitable soul technique or body technique. Therefore, this old's knew that this old's had to go to Sword Domain or the Three Kingdoms to look for this secret technique. However, just as this old's disappointment was about to set off, this old's bone was actually recorded with the method to refine a weapon." Speaking until here, Elder Ji Lan looked at Xiao Hua and the others and asked in a somewhat showy manner, "I wonder if young Master Xiao and the others have heard of the primordial era's famous weapon, the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't expect that the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains would actually know of this weapon. However, looking at the smile on Elder Ji Lan's face, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, "Junior and the others are ignorant and inexperienced. We have never heard of such a weapon. May I ask why this 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff is a famous weapon in the primordial era?" Hee, these are all old stories buried in my Meng Mountains. If this old's hadn't obtained that bone, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about it. It's normal that you all don't know about it." Ji Lan was overjoyed when she heard this. She knew that she could repay the favor today. She smiled and said, "The 5 Elements Wishful Heaven Cudgel, as its name suggests, is a lethal weapon of the 5 elements. Any 5 elements in the world can be killed by it. As for the Heaven-Reaching Staff, it means that this weapon can change its size at will. As for the Heaven-Reaching Staff, it means that this weapon is unparalleled in the world. It can even pierce through the sky. So powerful." Apart from Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and the others looked at each other. They really couldn't imagine that there was such a treasure in this world. Elder Ji Lan said proudly, "The bone this old's obtained is related to this 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff. Elder, could it be that the bone records the whereabouts of the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff?" Ziming asked curiously. "Young Miss Ziming," Elder Ji Lan said with a smile, "the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff is an item from the immemorial era. Who knows when the immemorial era was? In this world, not to mention the passage of time, just the vicissitudes of time, how could a single bone record the whereabouts of such a ferocious weapon? Then this bone must be the method to refine the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff?" Xiao Hua was a little disappointed and asked tentatively, "It's not that simple." Elder Ji Lan kept Xiao Hua guessing and said mysteriously, "The materials used to refine the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff are all heaven-defying. Without the so-called great divine ability, it's impossible to refine it. Even if this old's obtained it, it's useless." "Elder, you've talked for so long. What exactly is recorded in the bone?" Ziming understood that Elder Ji Lan wanted Xiao Hua to pay attention to this bone, so she took the opportunity to ask. Naturally, it records the secret technique to refine a weapon that's extremely similar to the 5 Elements Heaven-Reaching Staff. The Heaven-Reaching Staff. Elder Ji Lan finally uncovered the riddle and looked at Xiao Hua expectantly. Xiao Hua was really disappointed when he heard this. However, when he saw Elder Ji Lan's gaze, his face immediately flashed with surprise, and he said anxiously, "What? This is the secret technique to refine the Heaven-Reaching Staff? Then, isn't that the weapon this junior has been longing for? Elder, this is really too much. This junior thanks Elder. Ha ha ha, as long as little friend likes it." Elder Ji Lan's face blushed faintly.
He stroked his beard with his eagle claw-like hand and said with a smile, "This old's trip to the Jing Apple village was not in vain."
This junior is naturally happy. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This junior is already regretting that he didn't directly accept it. Little friend really has a straightforward character. This old's also like you. You're very similar to Zai and Zi Ming. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Instead, he said, however, this old still has some surprises for little friend. What are they? Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and said with a smile. This junior is somewhat impatient. Hee. This old's had two choices when I obtained the bone. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile. Either I continue to search for a method to refine my body, or I refine the heaven-reaching staff and use it to increase my strength. This old's thought for a long time and gave up on searching for a method to refine my body. Instead, I began to search for materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff. Unfortunately, this old's thought for a long time only led to a careless mistake.
When I gathered almost all the materials to refine the heaven-reaching staff, I realized that in this world, where could this old self find a refiner who could refine the heaven-reaching staff?
Oh, that's right. Zi Ming also came to a realization. The joy he felt for Xiao Hua was instantly replaced by disappointment. This heaven-reaching staff is so heavy. What kind of method would be needed to refine it? It seems that the refining technique of our Meng Mountain can't be completed, right? That's right. When this old self realized this, I immediately went to ask Master and I Qin. Elder Ji Lan said with a regretful tone. Chapter 2908. Hua Qin was also helpless after seeing it. He suggested that I go to Wu Meng's side to find a shaman, or go to the Three Kingdoms to find a blacksmith. However, he also made it clear that the blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod would have extremely high cultivations, and the price was something I couldn't afford. He didn't even think that there were blacksmiths who could forge the sky-leveling rod in this world. As for Wu Meng's side, I naturally wouldn't go there so easily. Elder Ji Lan continued, as for the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, I thought about it and couldn't make a trip there. After all, I can't even take out something to thank little friend Xiao, so I can't satisfy the blacksmith's requests. Actually, Elder Ji Lan should go and take a look. Zi Ming said regretfully, you've already collected most of the materials, and you just need to forge it. I only said that I didn't go there myself, I didn't say that I didn't ask others to go. Elder Ji Lan said with a smile. Elder. Zi Ming's voice was a little long, as if she was pouting. Hee. Elder Ji Lan looked at Zi Ming, who had consulted him in the past, and smiled. Of course, I didn't give up and asked people to go to the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms many times. I even asked the shaman of the Hutu stockade to ask the shaman king for me. It was probably quite difficult, right? Xiao Hua naturally already knew the result. Ji Lan sighed and said, yes, there was no news from the Sword region and the Three Kingdoms, but the shaman king gave me a message. What message? Everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Ji Lan sighed again. If there is fate, then there is. If there is no fate, then there is no need to force it. A gain is a loss, and a loss is a gain. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Therefore, I calmed down and put this matter at the back of my mind, focusing on soul spells. Now, I'm finally sitting on the seat of an elder. At this point, Elder Ji Lan sighed with emotion. Today, I finally understand the meaning of the Shaman King's words. If this old man had been focusing on the sky-leveling rod, I'm afraid that everything would have been wasted by now. Moreover, when this old man brought this material from the Jing Apple village, I understood that this young friend is a fated person. This old man is just making a wedding dress for you. Sigh, senior. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. He withdrew his outstretched hand and smiled bitterly. This is your life's work. This junior doesn't dare to accept it. Senior, please give this junior's. Oh, could it be that this old man's life can't compare to this storage pouch? Elder Ji Lan was slightly angry. Young master. Zi Ming hurriedly smiled and said, since it's Elder Ji Lan's kind intentions, young master should accept it. If you don't accept it, wouldn't you be letting senior down? Fine. All right. Many thanks, Elder Ji Lan. Xiaohua didn't dare to decline anymore. He was afraid that if he was too polite and Elder Jilan didn't give it to him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing Xiaohua's troubled expression, Elder Jilan felt a bit anxious. To be honest, this storage pouch was very important to him, but it had already become a demon in his heart. From time to time, he would recall his past bravery. He thought to himself, if I could refine this heaven-pacifying staff, how powerful would I be? Moreover, he also understood that refining this heaven-pacifying staff was truly difficult. When he gave this item to Xiaohua, he glorified it as a treasured sword for a hero and powder for a beauty. In reality, it was of little value to Xiaohua. How about this? Just as Xiaohua's hand was about to touch the storage bag, Elder Jilan said in a low voice. Xiaohua stared blankly, his heart cursing.
This item is indeed of little value.
Elder Jilan hesitated. Don't. This item is very good. This junior wants it. If Xiaohua's soul could speak, he would definitely be shouting like this. This old man has a bone here that records a place. Of course, this place is very dangerous. According to this old man's knowledge, it's the place where a Dao sect cultivator died. Elder Jilan took out a bone from the soul nest and said, this old man doesn't know who this cultivator was or what his cultivation was. The bone only records that this cultivator died in Wu Meng. If little friend Xiao is fated, you can go and take a look. Maybe you can obtain his legacy. Speaking up to here, Elder Jilan was a bit embarrassed and said, this old man only has these that little friend Xiao can use. There's nothing else. Hee. Elder Jilan. Xiaohua faintly smiled and reached out to take the storage bag and the bone. He threw them into the space without hesitation and said, the important thing is Senior's goodwill. This junior doesn't want to accept it. This junior won't really go to Wu Meng to look for that Dao sect cultivator's legacy. Good. Seeing that Xiaohua finally kept the storage bag, Elder Jilan's heart also settled down.
He said in a relaxed manner, this old man will return to the Jing Apple Village tomorrow.
If little friend Xiao has time, you can come to the Jing Apple Village as a guest. This old man is looking forward to it. Good. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this junior will definitely pay a visit when he has time. Then, Elder Jilan followed Xiaohua and cupped his hands to bid farewell. After Elder Jilan left, only Xiaohua and the others were left in the back earth hall. It seemed very empty. Let's go, young Master Xiao. Ziming looked at everyone and walked in front. Are you all right? Fairy Hongxia looked at Ziming's back and asked Xiaohua softly. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Of course I'm all right. It's a pity that my seclusion time was too short. It's still too short. It's already been dozens of days. Fairy Hongxia said worriedly. This concubine thought that your injuries were extremely serious. It's still all right. Xiaohua didn't say much and left the back earth hall. From the outside, the back earth hall was extremely vast and dangerous. But from the inside it was much easier. Even though the thick bone pillars were still bone pillars, they didn't have the same aura as before. They didn't look too different from the pillars of a normal palace. As soon as Xiao Chen stepped out of the back earth hall, he was greeted by several guards. They were lined up neatly on either side of the door. A tall and skinny dark-skinned soul warrior walked over to Xiao Chen and bowed. This one is Mo Han. Thank you for saving my life, young Master Xiao. Mo Han. Xiaohua was surprised. He looked at this unfamiliar soul warrior and didn't have any impression of him. But then he remembered what G-Man said in the back earth hall. Smiling, he raised his hand and said, don't thank me, don't thank me. It was nothing but a small effort from this Xiao. There's no need to thank me. This junior's injuries are quite serious. I've been resting for the past few days. When I heard that young Master Xiao had come to the back earth hall, I hurried over. I must thank young Master Xiao for his kindness. Mo Han said sincerely after being helped up. Mo Han, I've heard about your injuries. You should go back and rest. Ziming said with a smile. Young Master Xiao is a man with a big heart. You won't take this matter too seriously. Yes, this subordinate will go back now. Mo Han looked at Ziming, then looked at Xiaohua and smiled. Since this subordinate can see that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming are both safe and sound, this subordinate can rest easy. After saying that, Emo Han turned around and left. When he left, his steps were still a bit light.
It was obvious that his injuries hadn't healed yet.
Alas, we soul warriors of Meng specialize in soul warriors. But some soul warriors have neglected to refine their bodies. Ziming looked at Emo Han's back and sighed. This Emo Han's injuries may be serious, but it's been several weeks. Even if they haven't healed, it shouldn't be like this. When Xiaohua heard this, he raised an eyebrow as if he had discovered something. But just as he was about to say something, Ziming turned to look at Xiao Mao. She was a bit hesitant to talk to Xiaohua too much. Ziming said, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid you've been waiting for too long. As the saying goes, good things come with many setbacks. After so many things, young Master Xiao will definitely have a good ending." Xiao Mao had gotten to know quite a few elders of Meng over the past few weeks. Even though he didn't talk too much, and didn't even talk about his origins, he had a general understanding of the situation in the Back Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold.
It was much clearer than what Ziming had told him, and what Old Wu had told him.
Because of this, Xiao Mao wasn't too worried about his situation. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young Miss Ziming, you've done a lot for this subordinate. This Xiao can't thank you enough. Hee, this is for young Master Xiao, and at the same time, for this concubine." Ziming smiled and nodded. "This concubine will go back to bathe and burn some incense. 3 days later, I'll invite the Netherworld Mirror and head to young Master Zhao's place. We'll use the 2 chances that we've obtained with great difficulty." "Good. I'll wait for young Miss Ziming's good news." Xiao Mao smiled and nodded. Immediately after, Ziming ordered the guards beside her to send Xiaohua and the rest back. Then, she hurriedly left. Seeing how Ziming had separated herself from Xiaohua so clearly in front of her, and didn't even say a word, Fairy Hongxia snorted coldly in her heart. But at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked in the direction Ziming had left. However, Ziming had already walked far away, and her graceful figure was nowhere to be seen. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say again?" Fairy Hongxia's tone was a little unfriendly. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed. Some things. If you think about it carefully, it's really interesting." "What do you mean?" Fairy Hongxia saw how serious Xiaohua was and asked curiously. Xiaohua took a look and transmitted his voice. Emo Han's words just now seemed to have another meaning. Although Emo Han was slightly injured, his injuries shouldn't be so serious. "Ayo, not bad." Fairy Hongxia savored it carefully, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Emo Han didn't even know that Yu and Ziming had gone to the Netherworld Eye together. Why did he say that he was relieved that young Master Xiao and young Miss Ziming were safe and sound? Could it be? That's right. Perhaps that person in the Empress Earth Palace already has suspicions about Ziming. Xiaohua nodded his head slightly and expressed his worries. Chapter 2909. Sigh, that's true. Fairy Hongxia also frowned. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Ziming's actions will sooner or later reach Hutu's stronghold. Darling Xiao, since you've thought of it, why didn't you tell Ziming earlier? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Didn't I just think of it? I was just about to tell her when she left in a hurry. Perhaps she already knows? Fairy Hongxia sighed. That should be the case. Ziming is very sensitive to such matters. Since you and I have thought of it, she must have understood as well. You and I don't have to worry too much. She should be able to protect herself. Let's hope so. The 2 of them transmitted their voices to each other as they slowly walked to the main hall where they were resting. After the guards had left, Xiaohua told Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao about his guess. The 2 of them were anxious when they heard it, but their thoughts were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. This Hutu stronghold was a place where millions of descendants of the great god Hutu of Meng Mountain gathered. The mysteries within it were not something cultivators like them could fathom. Even if Xiaohua wanted to send a letter to Ziming, it would not be easy. He might even alert the enemy. Naturally, Xiaohua was not at ease with the 3 of them going somewhere else to meditate. Thus, he set up the capital star formation in the main hall where he meditated and the 4 of them rested. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and the other 2 closing their eyes and meditating, Xiaohua smiled and took out the storage pouch that Elder Jilan had given him. In fact, he was itching to see what was inside the pouch when he was in the main hall. However, he held back. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look. Hiss, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the storage pouch, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The storage pouch was not big and looked very small. It was almost the same size as the low-grade storage pouch that Xiaohua had exchanged for 90 low-grade spirit stones. However, when Xiaohua saw what was inside, he knew that he was wrong. Furthermore, he could already imagine how many materials Elder Jilan had spent his entire life searching for. However, he still thought too little. Inside this small storage pouch, there were many different materials. These materials were of different shapes and colors, but without exception, they were all huge. Among these materials, there were some strange huge stone pillars. These stone pillars were iron gray in color and had thumb-sized lumps on them, giving them a heavy feeling. Some of them were huge square blocks. These square blocks were greenish-red in color, and there were some flame-like patterns on the surface. The patterns were dotted with star-shaped patterns, and they looked like little galaxies. There were also a lot of large, silvery white, irregular materials. These materials seemed to be broken into several pieces. There were some sawtooth-like cracks and some thick lines. There were also some oval-shaped, earthy yellow in color. The surface of these materials was smooth, without any bumps or bumps. Of course, other than these different materials, there were also many strange magic weapons stacked in a corner of the storage bag. What materials are these materials? Xiaohua was overjoyed, but at the same time, he was dumbfounded. He took out the bone and inspected it with his soul sense. Then, he nodded his head inwardly. This green and red color is called flame refinement. The silver color is called 10,000 rolls of snow, and the yellow color is called fire refinement. They are all extremely heavy materials that contain the 5 elements, and are unique to these millions of Meng mountains. Sigh, these are the materials that Elder Jilan spent his entire life searching for. After a brief inspection, Xiaohua sent the storage pouch into the immortal dimension, leaving only 2 of the bones in his hands. Xiaohua took a quick look at the bone that recorded the fall of the Dao sect senior, and sent it into the immortal dimension. Xiaohua would not recklessly enter a dangerous place where even the Dao sect senior had fallen. Next, Xiaohua placed all his attention on the refining method of the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua's current refining level was already very high. Previously, he had fused the exquisite gold and great wisdom heavy sword into the 5 elements will heaven leveling staff. Now, with the help of the refining method, he naturally gained a lot. The more he looked at it, the more a smile appeared on his face. 3 days later, Xiaohua opened his eyes and stood up, keeping the capital stars array. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest stood up as well. When they opened the door of the hall, some guards were already waiting for them outside. Translator's thoughts seeing the 2 rows of guards guarding the steps in front of the palace, Xiaohua understood that Ziming would definitely be able to obtain the spirit treasure nether passage mirror from the Empress Earth stronghold today. Thus, the 4 of them opened the palace door and stood guard outside, quietly waiting for Ziming's arrival. Who would have thought that this wait lasted until noon? Seeing that the scarlet sun was already high above their heads, Ziming still hadn't arrived. If it wasn't for Mo Han's warning, Xiaohua wouldn't have let his imagination run wild. Thinking that even Mo Han had sensed something, could Ziming still be safe? Xiaohua could not help but become impatient. Big brother, don't be anxious. Let me go ask. Xiao Mao saw Xiaohua's impatience and hurriedly said. Xiaohua nodded gloomily. He had a bad premonition in his heart. However, when Xiao Mao walked out of the palace and asked the guards, he came back with a smile on his face. Big brother, we were all wrong. Xiao Mao said, that nether passage mirror can only be used at night. At this time, the sun is high in the sky and the yang energy is abundant. How can it communicate with the netherworld? Oh, that's true. Xiaohua suddenly understood, and his heart relaxed. Moreover, that guard also said, Miss Ziming entered the ancestral hall 3 days ago and will come out after dusk today. They are only waiting here according to the ancestors' rules. Xiao Mao pointed at those guards again. Xiaohua smiled and said, It seems that we are somewhat like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Yes, little brother was too impatient. Xiao Mao pursed his lips and said with a smile, Little brother really can't wait to know what mother looks like. At this point, Xiaohua unconsciously raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao, who had not spoken much during this period of time.
However, he saw that Li Zongbao was now similar to when he was in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. His face was as calm as water, as if what everyone said had nothing to do with him.
Ai, the treasured mirror of parting emotions. The treasured mirror of parting emotions. Xiaohua sighed. It was originally a cultivation technique that made people fickle and heartless. Coupled with the backlash of the spiritual tool, senior brother Li's situation. I don't know if it's good or bad. Since they knew that nothing would happen, the four of them simply sat behind the door of the hall. The four of them all had secret techniques to comprehend, so they had to hurry.
In a flash, thin clouds rose from the west, and a crescent moon that was thinner than a light eyebrow gradually hung in the sky.
Ziming, who was dressed in plain clothes, finally arrived. Without waiting for Ziming to approach the steps of the main hall, the guards lined up on both sides of the hall put their hands on the ground and bent their bodies. A kind of fear and a kind of reverence flashed in their eyes as they looked at Ziming, who was holding a white bone bracelet. This bone bracelet was extremely strange. It looked like Ziming was holding it with both hands, but in reality, it was 2 inches away from Ziming's hands, floating in the air. Moreover, this bone bracelet really did not stop rotating, sometimes left and right, sometimes up and down. A kind of dark green brilliance was born from the bone bracelet, as if it was a dark green ball of light. At this time, Ziming's expression was solemn. Her head was lowered, and her eyes were also looking at the bone bracelet. That night, her face was painted with a dark green color, which looked somewhat strange. Behind Ziming, there were also a dozen maidservants dressed in plain clothes. Their dressing was completely different from during the day. About 10 zhang behind these maidservants, Elder Sun Yu of the Jing Apple Village was waiting there with a little girl who was not more than 6 or 7 years old. When Xiaohua and the others sensed Ziming's arrival, they all walked out of the main hall, originally wanting to welcome him. However, when they saw the solemn ceremony of the Huta village, they hurriedly returned to the main hall, fearing that their recklessness would disrupt the ceremony and cause trouble for no reason. Sure enough, when the four of them just returned to the main hall, a burst of singing and footsteps sounded. Those guards and the maidservants behind Ziming actually began to dance. Strands of light green brilliance slowly appeared, covering the main hall. Then, it slowly entered the dark green ball of light. After the time it took to eat a meal, the noise outside the main hall slowly stopped as Ziming's footsteps finally stepped on the stairs. "Young Master Xiao, please come with me." Ziming walked into the main hall, his face as calm as water. Without even looking at the four of them, he just whispered an order and slowly walked towards the center of the main hall. Xiaohua was slightly startled. He did not understand if he was talking about himself. However, when he saw Xiao Mao hurriedly walking towards him, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although the reason he came to the Huta village and used the Netherlink mirror was for Li Zongbao, in terms of importance, Xiao Mao was still the most important person. He did not seem to have done anything to use the Netherlink mirror. So why did Ziming call him? Seeing that Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia had also followed Xiao Mao, Xiaohua looked at the maidservants who came in. Elder Sun Yu and the little boy who were waiting at the entrance of the main hall also quickly followed. When they reached the center of the main hall, Ziming stopped and respectfully placed his hands above his head. The bone bracelet also slowly rose up. After that, Ziming's hands and feet began to tremble, and he also began to dance. At the same time, he was also muttering some strange language of Meng Mountain. As he muttered, strands of green light flashed out, gradually entangling the ball of light of the bone bracelet. A buzzing sound was gradually heard, and the dark green brilliance gradually vibrated and became brighter as the green light increased. Puff, while Ziming was chanting, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the dark green brilliance that was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a cracking sound, the brilliance suddenly condensed into a single point and shot towards the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a muffled boom, as if the door of a house had been opened, 2 fist-sized holes appeared on the top and bottom of the bone bracelet. With a splash, like a blood waterfall, the blood of the netherworld gushed out from the holes and rushed into the middle of the bone bracelet along the brilliance. In that instant, the entire bone bracelet turned blood red. At the same time, a layer of blood membrane was formed from the bone bracelet. This blood membrane did not stop, but condensed into blood on the other side of the bone bracelet and rushed into the other hole. Chapter 29:10. Ziming's face was pale. He pointed at the netherworld mirror, and the blood-red membrane slowly fell down. It was about the height of a person, and the netherworld water on the blood membrane slowly flowed. It looked very similar to a mirror. Young Master Xiao, Ziming spoke. Come closer and think of the person you are looking for. That person's face will appear on the netherworld mirror. Even her situation in the netherworld may appear.
Yes.
At this point, how could Xiao Mao still be suspicious of this spirit treasure that was obviously not related to a mirror?
He walked in front of the blood membrane with great sincerity and opened his eyes wide.
Although Xiao Hua was not close to the blood membrane, he still stared at it closely, trying to find something from it. Unfortunately, after half a cup of tea's time, the entire blood membrane flashed with a green light, and then it shone like a bright moon. It covered Xiao Mao's entire face. After half a cup of tea's time, the green light dimmed, and the blood membrane gradually revealed itself. Behind the green light, Xiao Mao had tears streaming down his face. Young Master Li, Ziming's expression did not change, and he ordered methodically, "It's your turn."
Okay.
Li Zongbao replied. Although his expression was calm, his voice was obviously trembling, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Xiao Mao retreated, and hurriedly took out a jade scroll. He sat down cross-legged, and without caring about the others, he immersed his spirit into it. Li Zongbao walked to where Xiao Mao was, and similarly opened his eyes wide, staring at the blood membrane. After a while, the green light flashed, and Li Zongbao's face was also covered. But it only covered for a moment, and the green light disappeared again. Only the faint sound of flowing water could be heard from the blood membrane.
Why is this?
Li Zongbao was extremely surprised, and looked at Ziming. Ziming said indifferently, the person young Master Li is thinking of is not in the netherworld, or rather, she is not dead. How is that possible? Not only was Li Zongbao shocked, even Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia were shocked. Li Zongbao turned to look at Xiao Hua. Her corpse was personally sent back by this Xiao. Xiao Hua hastily said as he took a step forward. That's right, I personally buried her. Fairy Hongxia said curiously, Could it be that she has already reincarnated?
Reincarnation may not be true.
Ziming replied indifferently. Even if there is such a thing as reincarnation, the spirit treasures of my Ho-Tu stronghold can see it. Unless this person isn't dead. Let me take a look again. Li Zongbao asked in disbelief. Young Master Li has already seen it. You can't look at it anymore. Ziming shook his head. However, since Mr. Li did not see it, it doesn't count. Between Mr. Xiao and Fairy Hongxia, one of them can still see it.
You go.
Xiao Hua said to Fairy Hongxia without hesitation.
All right.
Fairy Hongxia also missed her elder sister immensely and hurriedly walked over. Li Zongbao hurriedly stepped aside. Under the watchful gazes of the masses, Fairy Hongxia did the same as Li Zongbao. The brilliance did not stop at all as it disappeared in a flash. That's right. This person wasn't dead. There's no need to look anymore. Ziming became more and more certain. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Young Master Xiao, you have 2 chances. Come and take a look.
Me?
What do I have to look at? Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. Although Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei had fallen for a long time, Xiao Hua had a deep impression of their voices and smiles. There was no need for him to look. Furthermore, the 2 of them were in another world in the netherworld. Xiao Hua did not want to disturb them. Sigh, if only senior sister was here. Xiao Hua thought and turned to look at Elder Sun Yu and the young child. He said, Let's invite Elder Sun Yu over. After all, they have proper matters to attend to. Ziming naturally knew of Xiao Hua's kindness. He nodded his head and said, Elder Sun Yu, invite Bo Hong over.
All right.
Elder Sun Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly brought the young child over. Ziming was afraid that the young child did not know, so he repeated the key points again. Only then did he let the young child stand there. Although the young child named Bo Hong was young, his eyes flashed with determination. He bit his lips and looked at the blood membrane. This time it was even easier. In a breath's time, a green light covered Bo Hong's face. After a cup of tea's time, the green light dispersed. After the green light disappeared, Bo Hong's face revealed a terrified expression. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. However, the child's small hands were tightly clenched, although they were trembling. Saw it? Elder Sun Yu's face was extremely gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Bo Hong did not answer. He only nodded his head firmly. Elder Sun Yu sighed. He raised his head and said to Ziming, "Young Miss Ziming, there should be one more chance for this netherworld mirror. Can you?" Ziming knew what he wanted to say. He shook his head and said, "It's almost past midnight. It's too late to ask her to come over." Sigh, fate makes fools of people. Elder Sun Yu held Bo Hong's hand and bowed to Ziming. He then thanked Xiao Hua and the others and stood to the side. There's still a cup of tea's worth of time left. Ziming looked around and her gaze landed on Xiao Hua. She said indifferently, "Young Master Xiao won 2 chances to use the netherworld mirror. Because of this you also lost Zai. This opportunity cannot be wasted. Right now, only young Master Xiao can use the netherworld mirror. Come over." But who am I looking at?" Xiao Hua scratched his head. He knew that this was a rare opportunity that could not be wasted. However, he really did not know who to look at. Forget it. Let's look at Master. Xiao Hua walked in front of the blood membrane and said in his heart, "When I see senior sister and second senior brother, I can explain it to them." Thinking about this, Xiao Hua looked at the blood membrane that was flowing like water. Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the blood membrane, but his mind couldn't calm down. Xiao Hongyue's and Gong Mingwei's faces kept appearing in his mind. Although the flowing blood membrane flickered with a faint green light, it didn't shine for a long time. This adult had experienced many things and thought about many things. Although he was a cultivator and paid attention to his Tao heart, he was not as pure as a child. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He knew that he was unable to calm down. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, an unimaginable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right. Why can't I think about my own life? Perhaps I can see something from it? Dream. I remember that when Hong Xia was in danger at the Sword Peak, this name suddenly appeared in my mind. Perhaps I can find something from it. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and gradually wiped away the faces of Xiao Hongyue and Gong Mingwei. Gradually, a faintly discernible beauty mark appeared in his mind. Ziming was also somewhat anxious. Seeing that the time was about to come, the netherworld mirror still had not emitted a green light. Just as she was about to speak, a wang sound was heard. The entire netherworld mirror emitted an intense brilliance. In an instant, it covered Xiao Hua. This brilliance was so intense that it far exceeded what Ziming had seen before. Ziming was shocked. As for Xiao Hua, in the instant that beauty mark appeared in his mind, he saw the blood membrane that was originally gurgling with blood suddenly become blurry. It was as if it had entered a teleportation. All of the blood vessels were distorted and all of the green light was elongated. After a burst of light and shadow changed in front of his eyes, a huge pitch-black silhouette appeared in front of him. It was like a huge palace, but also like an unparalleled monster in the world. However, before he could see clearly what this silhouette was, an extremely strange and icy cold voice resounded by his ear, and it spoke a few words that he didn't understand at all. Immediately after, his vision became heavy as numerous enormous shadows smashed down like boulders, and the blood-red nether passage mirror appeared before his eyes once more. However, at this time, all of the blood within the netherworld mirror was cut off. All of the green light was scattered. Moreover, this scattering spread to the bone ring around the blood membrane in an instant. Kacha! A few crisp sounds rang out. The entire bone ring cracked in 3 places. A mirror-like shadow flashed out at the same time as the cracks appeared. It turned into specks of light and rushed into the blood flow. Moreover, as the bone ring broke, the 2 holes pierced by the green light instantly disappeared. The large amount of blood flowing between the 2 holes immediately turned into an incomparably ferocious hell wind that soared into the sky. It was like a huge hammer smashing towards the roof of the hall. Although the roof of the main hall flashed with green light, which seemed to be the defense of the soul array, under this unparalleled netherworld wind pillar, it was easily torn apart. A hole of about 10 feet appeared on the roof of the main hall. The netherworld wind pillar rushed into the night sky and disappeared. Only faint starlight sprinkled down from the hole and fell on Ziming, who was caught off guard and did not know what to do. And on the entire main hall, all of the people who were dumbfounded. Yang. Young Master Xiao. What are you doing? After a long while, Ziming hesitantly asked.
His gaze timidly looked at the bone ring that had already broken into several pieces and fallen on the floor of the main hall.
I really did not do anything. Xiao Hua was also extremely wronged. I just wanted to take a look.
I did not expect it to be like this. Ziming almost wanted to cry. He asked closely, Then
what did you see? What did you want to see? I also do not know what I wanted to see.
And I also do not know what I saw.
Xiao Hua wanted to cry even more. He really did not see anything. It was just a blurry outline.
Who the hell knew what it was?
Young Master Xiao, you have caused this concubine to suffer. Ziming stomped his feet and bent down to pick up the bone ring. But at this time, a ghostly voice came from the hole.
Ziming! This is all because of you.
How did this old woman treat you? You can ask yourself.
I did not expect you to do such a thing against this old woman.
G-Man? Xiao Hua and Ziming were both shocked. They were about to raise their heads to look at the sky. At this time, a strong turbulence rushed in from the hole. It was like a netherworld wind pillar that broke the sky and trapped Xiao Hua and the other 4 people. Chapter 29:11. Xiao Hua didn't even have time to use his mana before he felt a sharp pain in his head. If his soul stab was like a sharp knife, then G-Man's soul stab was like a mountain of knives and a sea of knives. Xiao Hua's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Moreover, in the instant his magic power became sluggish and his head started to hurt. Several dark green rays of light entangled by the black gas descended from the sky like dark green pythons, firmly trapping Xiao Hua. Not only was his magic power shackled, even his physical body was numb and powerless. Roar! How could Xiao Hua allow himself to be captured so easily? He forcefully activated the Dragonization Manual, and also forcefully activated the Celestial Body Bestowment Technique. A layer of faint golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. This golden light was like a thorn that pierced straight into the dark green giant python, forcefully creating a gap of half an inch. Humph! There was another cold snort. A pale white streak of light came down from the sky. It was a soul armament. This soul armament was about the size of a palm, but it suddenly expanded in size in the wind of the netherworld. Like a giant hand, it slammed into Xiao Hua's golden light. Kacha-kacha. There was a series of cracking sounds as the large lock turned into a shackle that locked Xiao Hua's entire body in place. One by one, white bones started to form and pierce deep into Xiao Hua's body. The golden light around Xiao Hua's body was immediately extinguished. 2 sharp sword-like bone spurs emerged from the shackles and protruded from Xiao Hua's back. They dangerously pressed against the back of Xiao Hua's head and the top of his head. Those sharp points had already pierced into Xiao Hua's skin. An enormous force emerged from the white bones of the shackles. Not only did it completely confine Xiao Hua's body and meridians, it also sealed the mysterious dark clouds. AI, Xiao Hua sighed. This G-Man was far too strong. Looking at Ziming and the others, he saw that they were also trapped by the giant python. There was nothing they could do to resist. Xiao Hua looked up to see G-Man's malevolent face. Slowly coming out from the hole, G-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at everyone. Lord G-Man, Xiao Hua struggled with all his might, but it seemed that he still had some strength left in him. He shouted, "This Xiao was the one who broke this nether passage mirror. I will bear all the responsibility." The nether passage mirror. Hee, you're really powerful, spiritual master Xiao. You actually destroyed the soul treasure of my Hutu stockade. Do you really intend to join hands with this slut to snatch my Hutu stockade from my hands? When G-Man heard this, he glanced at the wreckage of the netherlink mirror on the ground. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he spoke coldly. G-Man, what do you mean? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Ziming also said coldly, "Although this boy has made some mistakes, when has he ever had such a rebellious heart? Could it be that G-Man? Heh, if you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You really won't turn back until you hit the wall. What are you still trying to hide from me?" With a wave of G-Man's hand, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the hall.
Over 100 armored guards were escorting dozens of soul warriors into the hall. These dozens of soul warriors were all drenched in blood, and their faces were filled with malevolence.
What is this for?
Ziming squinted his eyes and said indifferently, "These are all boys' close attendants." It was precisely because the boy was worried that the Hutu stockade's defense would be lax that he sent them out to patrol. G-Man captured them all and even tortured them for questioning.
Why? Could it be?
G-Man wants to force the boy into harm? Ha ha ha, what do I need a reason to do?
You're just a candidate for G-Man.
Do I need to force you into harm? G-Man laughed bitterly. It's just that I never thought that this old woman would be so kind to you.
Everything I did was for your sake. I even gave you a fair chance.
But you're actually a mountain wolf that can't be tamed. Just a little bit of success and you became so arrogant. Not only did you do so many things behind my back that made my heart cold, you even killed Lu-er.
Did you know?
Lu-er had warned this old woman more than once, but this old woman had always believed you. I thought that a woman who vowed to revive others would not have any evil intentions. But I never thought that your revival of others was just an excuse.
It was just a way for you to cover up your evil deeds. Once the time is right, you'll reveal your sharp teeth.
You really made me give up.
G-Man, why don't you stop talking?
Facing G-Man's madness, Ziming replied indifferently. Could it be that you didn't sleep well last night and suddenly went crazy? For no reason, you killed the boy's close attendants and even captured the boy and the others. You even took out the Hutu stockade's soul lock to deal with the guests from the country of Xi.
Oh, what does your Lu-er's life have to do with the boy?
Besides, the one who wants him dead is probably that Lu-er called Ziyen, right? The boy only needs to light up the soul loss lamp and he'll be G-Man.
Why do you have to look for trouble and take other people's lives?
Hee, even now, you're still so stubborn. Don't think that I can't kill you just because Elder Wu isn't in the Hutu stockade.
G-Man sneered, knowing that Ziming had nothing to fear.
She clapped her hands and took out a fist-sized token, saying, "Of course, I won't kill you secretly. The reason I made such a big fuss is to tell the whole Hutu stockade that I have Elder Wu's token in my hands. With this token, as long as I bring you to the ancestral temple and report to the Hutu great god, I'll be able to exercise Elder Wu's responsibility. Naturally, I can also use this to kill all of you." Hearing this, Ziming's face turned pale, but then he smiled faintly. Boy has long thought about this situation. You want to get rid of the boy and make way for your Lu-er. It's not that the boy doesn't know. It's just that the boy has always been under Elder Wu's protection and didn't let you succeed. Now that Elder Wu is really on a long journey, you're using this opportunity to show off your power. The boy had long expected this when he returned to the Hutu stockade. However, the boy didn't expect you to wait until now to make your move.
You're really shrewd.
Humph, G-Man snorted again, her anger rising again. You're just like that bitch, always thinking that you're infallible and putting your own thoughts on others. You only think that you're the most reasonable person in the world. Don't you think that if I had the intention to get rid of you, why would I wait until now? Even if Elder Wu is in the Hutu stockade, I can still kill you.
Haven't you already done it?
Why didn't you wait for Elder Wu to come back? Ziming bit his lips so hard that some blood vessels appeared, and he reprimanded her word by word. That's because I can't wait any longer. G-Man's voice was terrifyingly cold. Lu-er has some expectations for Elder Wu's position, and I know that. But I've warned him before, Meng Mountains will always have a lot of kinship, and we can't split the Hutu stockade into two just because of some power. In the early years, the ancestors of Meng Mountains had such considerations when they set up Elder Wu and G-Man in the shaman stockade. Lu-er is very obedient, and he's always listened to my words. He's always given in to you. And he's never fought with Zai for anything in the Hutu stockade. But this time, when the weather in Meng Mountains changed, you lit up the soul-drawing lantern, disregarding the life and death of the people of Meng Mountains. Lu-er is very obedient, and for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he worked tirelessly. I don't even know how many hardships he went through before he finally found the source of the change in the weather, and he even asked for a battle before me, saying that he's willing to lead his subordinates to wipe it out.
Look at what Lu-er has done, and look at you. You've really disgusted me.
I really don't know how I've tolerated you all these years. The more G-Man spoke, the more agitated she became, and her entire body was trembling. It seemed like she was really enraged by the sudden news.
Of course you like your Lu Er. No one else can compare to him. Ziming had already thrown caution to the wind, and he didn't care about anything else.
He said calmly, but do you know what your Lu Er did in Huta Stockade?
What did he do in the vicinity of Peacock Mound?
Haha.
That's right, you're absolutely right. In your eyes, Lu Er has always been a thorn in your side. That so-called change in the weather is probably a trap that you've painstakingly set up, right? It was also you who leaked this information to Lu Er through someone else, right? You didn't dare to ask for help from Huta Stockade, so you took advantage of the cultivators you've met in Xi to ask them to help you, right?
G-Man laughed angrily. My poor Lu Er that day. I even told him clearly that such a change in the weather could not be caused by a single soul beast. But for the sake of the people of Meng Mountains, he didn't listen to my advice, and even said that he wouldn't know until he tried. If you had 10% of Lu Er's loyalty, how could you have thought of such a vicious plan to kill Xiao Chong? At this point, G-Man waved her hand and said coldly, kill them all. Yes.
The guards in the hall responded. At the same time, they waved their hands. Without using any machetes, the heads of the dozens of captured spirit warriors were immediately separated from their necks. Their blood spurted high into the air, and the entire hall was immediately filled with a pungent smell of blood. However, all the spirit warriors in the hall seemed to be very familiar with this. Even the 10-year-old child from Jingchong Stockade didn't show any signs of fear. The guards threw away the corpses of the dead spirit warriors and strode to the pool of blood in front of them. They reached out their hands and picked up the heads of the spirit warriors, stuffing them into their waists. Ziming coldly looked at this scene and said coldly, just now you said that others killed Xiao Chong, but now you killed the spirit warriors of Huta Stockade in the blink of an eye, and you didn't even ask. It was my order. How could they deserve the death penalty? Heh, you finally admit it?
G-Man laughed coldly. This old woman thought that you would be stubborn to the end.
Humph, what did I admit? These are just my subordinates. Whatever they did, it should be my responsibility. If you didn't want to cut off my power, why would you suddenly kill them? Ziming denied again. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He didn't understand why Ziming would hide the truth of the matter. Didn't Ziming have a soul item that contained the souls of the demon dwellers? If he took it out and showed it to G-Man, she would know. Ziming also said clearly that G-Man and Elder Wu were soul cultivators. It was very unlikely that they would be possessed by the demon dwellers. Chapter 29:12. Ha ha. G-Man threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was sharp like an owl's. If this old one doesn't bring out the evidence, I'm afraid you'll never admit it. Your personality is exactly the same as that slut's. Men. Following G-Man's order, a short, dark-skinned and skinny soul warrior rushed into the hall. Xiao Hua stared at the soul warrior for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. In his eyes, the dark, skinny soul warriors didn't look too different from each other. If they didn't have any obvious characteristics, he might not be able to tell them apart. The soul warrior rushed into the hall and knelt in front of G-Man. He pointed at Ziming, Xiao Hua, and the others and said sorrowfully, G-Man, you must seek justice for young Master Ziyan. They were the ones who worked together to kill young Master Ziyan near the Yellow Sand Ridge. I risked my life to escape from their hands. I didn't even have the time to collect young Master's corpse. Ji Qing, don't worry. Take your time and tell me all the details clearly. Not only are the elders of the Hutu Stockade here, but there are also G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stockade. They will definitely seek justice for you and announce this matter to the public. G-Man's tone calmed down as he instructed. Xiao Hua frowned and raised his head to look. Sure enough, the elders he saw at the back Earth Hall, as well as G-Man and the others from the Jing Apple Stronghold, were slowly walking into the hall.
Each of them had a look of astonishment on their faces as they looked at the hall strangely.
They seemed to have been summoned by G-Man from all over the place. Yes. Ji Qing took a deep breath and said, on that day, young Master Ziyan received the news. As Ji Qing explained the ins and outs of the matter, everyone's face was filled with indignation. According to Ji Qing, Ziyan was the one who fell into Ziming's trap for the sake of Meng Shan's life, and Ziming was the one who wanted to eliminate Ziyan at all costs for the sake of G-Man's position. In the end, Ji Qing even prostrated himself on the ground and said, G-Man, There were dozens of brothers who came back with this little one. We rushed back to the Back Earth stronghold day and night, but we didn't expect Miss Ziming to set up an ambush along the way. Except for this little one, the other brothers were all killed by her trusted subordinates. This little one hid in Huanqi Mountain for a long time and didn't dare to show my face. If I didn't meet Elder Yen Su from the Kenji stronghold and know that young Master Ziyi had returned to the embrace of the great god Hutu, many Wu elders and G-Man had gathered at the Back Earth stronghold. This little one wouldn't have dared to ask Elder Yen Su to send this little one back to the Back Earth stronghold. Sigh. Xiao Mao couldn't help but sigh when he heard Ji Qing's words. Ji Qing's ability to lie was comparable to Xiao Hua's. Therefore, everything he said was basically true. However, he would always say one or two lies at the end of the story. These few lies would distort the truth of the entire matter, causing people to think that Ziyan, who was originally an evil person, was the incomparably righteous Ziyan, while Ziming, who was killed, became the main culprit. However, Ziming didn't have anything to refute, because she really did kill him afterwards. How is it? G-Man asked indifferently. Ziming, what else do you have to say? G-Man killed Ziyan. The boy doesn't deny it. Ziming finally spoke. But why didn't you think that the boy could have dealt with Ziyan and the 9 divine guards by relying on these few cultivators from the country of Shi? However, just as Ziming finished speaking, he sighed again. Sure enough, G-Man coldly said. That drought demon was your trap. The 9 divine guards were simply no match for drought demon. You naturally didn't rely on these cultivators, but rather that drought demon. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and also smiled bitterly. Who would have known that drought demon had pledged allegiance to Xiao Mao later on? Xiao Hua naturally also thought that Ziming's maids could testify for her. However, Xiao Hua had seen a few of these maids at the very beginning. Later on, they disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were killed by Ziyan. How could they testify? Why wasn't it Ziyan who set up a trap to deal with the boy? Ziming couldn't help but refute. G-Man glanced at Ziming and Xiao Hua, nodded and said, as the first candidate for G-Man's position, if Ziyan wanted to meddle with the Grand Witch, he could naturally deal with you. But he cares about Meng Mountain and wants to benefit the people of Meng Mountain and save them from danger. Why would he care about the position of Grand Witch? Look at you! I already know that this so-called Taoist Xiao has some seeds that can try to solve the current predicament, but for your own selfishness, you used them as the price to haggle with me and Grand Witch. You took these seeds in your own hands. You even want to use these seeds to set up another leader outside of Grand Witch and G-Man of Hutu Stronghold, dividing the people of Hutu Stronghold. Ziming. Oh Ziming, your intentions are terrible. Seeds. What seeds? G-Man of Jinggong Stronghold was puzzled. The seeds taken from the Netherworld Eye. Could it be that they can't compare to these seeds? Go and ask him. G-Man pointed at another skinny old man in the distance. When the old man saw G-Man pointing at him, he quickly walked out from the crowd, bowed and said, I'm Grand Witch of Weeping Fowl Stronghold. More than half a year ago, I learned from the people of Wu Stronghold that they are planting a strange seed. This seed is different from the previous ones. It's not afraid of the drought in Meng Mountain, and it grows very fast, much faster than the previous seeds. Overjoyed, I quickly asked, and only then did I know that it was Miss Ziming's doing. Of course, at that time, I guessed that it was G-Man's grace to let Miss Ziming pick the most difficult Wu stronghold to try. She must not have much confidence, and if she had a result, she would definitely come to me and Grand Witch to discuss this matter. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't receive the summons of G-Man and Grand Witch. Instead, I received the bad news of young Master Zai. I came to Hutu Stronghold because I missed young Master Zai, and also because I wanted to ask G-Man and Grand Witch about the seeds. But during the entire ceremony, G-Man didn't mention anything about the seeds, so I didn't dare to probe further. So, I waited in the stronghold, trying to see if I could get the seeds as soon as possible. After all, although the seeds were useful, they were too little. If G-Man could give us more seeds, the people of Weeping Fowl Stronghold wouldn't starve to death anymore. The Grand Witch continued, but after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anything. Thinking of those people who starved to death, I couldn't hold it in any longer. That's why I boldly asked to see Master G-Man. You can leave now. G-Man nodded. After I get the seeds, I'll give them to Weeping Fowl Stronghold first. Thank you, G-Man. The old man bowed and left. G-Man, Jing Apple Stronghold needs more seeds. G-Man of Jing Apple Stronghold quickly shouted. I know. G-Man took a deep breath and said, I don't even have a single seed now. What do you want me to give you? This. G-Man of Jing Apple Stronghold quickly looked at Z-Ming. Z-Ming. This is also the reason why I'm extremely disappointed in you, and why I've completely given up on you. G-Man said, you clearly have the seeds that can save the people of Meng Mountains. Why don't you take them out? Do you think the position of G-Man is more important, or the people of Meng Mountains? If you want the position of G-Man, you only need to tell me. As long as you take out the seeds, even if the soul-setting lamp isn't repaired, even if you can't light up the soul-setting lamp, I can still appoint you as G-Man's successor. I can even give you the position of G-Man right now. Humph, you're so straightforward. But if the boy offers the seeds, I'm afraid you'll be the first to send the boy to meet the great god Hutu. Z-Ming stiffened his neck and said coldly. But what about now? G-Man's tone was also cold. You've given up your life, but didn't you still give the seeds to me? Don't you feel regret? That's right. That day, the boy had already told others. This seeds will eventually be given to the people of Meng Mountains, or when the boy lights up the soul-setting lamp, or when the boy returns to the embrace of the great god Hutu. Therefore, the boy has never felt regret. G-Man. Xiao Hua saw that Z-Ming was already determined to die, so he quickly called out. Shut up. G-Man scolded and waved the bone staff in her hand. Xiao Hua immediately couldn't speak. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. Xiao Mao and the others were also the same. It's all because of you Taoist sect cultivators from the country of Xi. Z-Ming was originally a good person, but after getting to know you guys, his heart had these filthy thoughts. If you guys didn't talk to him about revenge, or his background, how could he have fallen into such a dead situation? G-Man said fiercely. Xiao Hua was anxious. He finally understood why G-Man didn't care about Xiao Mao's matter. Moreover, he also understood that today, G-Man had the intention to kill, and none of them would be able to survive. Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly, trying to come up with a countermeasure. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was too far away from G-Man, and his entire body was sealed by G-Man. Now, he couldn't use any of his methods, so how could he fight back? I'm afraid this is the only method left. Xiao Hua quickly sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. Although that place was sealed by the soul lock, and his soul strands, primordial spirit and little white dragon couldn't come out, his mind still had a trace of connection with his primordial spirit. He urged the primordial spirit in the dark cloud to speed up the practice of the soul strands, so that he could fight back before G-Man killed him. G-Man. Z-Ming said indifferently, the boy can offer the seeds, but G-Man must agree to one condition of the boy. What condition? G-Man asked back. Young Master Xiao and the others have nothing to do with this matter. They only occasionally got involved. Moreover, these seeds were brought here by young Master Xiao from the country of Xi. As long as you let them go, the boy will immediately offer up the seeds. Z-Ming glanced at Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed, and said softly. See, hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately opened his eyes. He was wrong. So the reason why Z-Ming didn't take out the seeds was to use them as a bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to save them. Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? G-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Hutu's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Z-Ming nodded. Haha, look, G-Man pointed with her hand. You are the descendant of Hutu great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Hutu great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu Er, I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. G-Man, Z-Ming said anxiously. They really have nothing to do with this. Z-Yan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. G-Man waved her hand, stopping Z-Ming's explanation and said, Don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Zi Ming's face flushed red.
The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua had his eyes closed and did not know.
Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Zi Ming. Poor Fairy Hongxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiuxia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiaohua. However, Jiuxia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiuxia knew when to stop and leave.
This made Fairy Hongxia feel somewhat comforted.
Now that they came to Hutu's stronghold, this Zi Ming was actually Zi Yi. He actually...
Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Hongxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiaohua.
How could Fairy Hongxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Hongxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by G-Man's words. How could she not be angry?
Since G-Man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed.
Zi Ming said resolutely.
Since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed Lu Er, this old woman will definitely not let them off.
G-Man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags.
Humph, why don't you try?
Zi Ming sneered.
G-Man ignored her and continued. Furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used this seed on the way back to the Back Earth stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now. It doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head.
Humph. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to here, Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you?
G-Man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. In addition, this old woman has revealed this matter in front of all the elders, and recorded this matter in the Magus Code. Even if the Grand Magus returns, even if the people of Back Earth Stockade ask, this old woman has a reason to reply.
Zi Ming, now that things have come to this old woman doesn't want to say anything more. When you return to the embrace of Back Earth Great God, you can reflect on your evil deeds. Xiao Mao didn't know what Xiaohua was doing, but his calmness was different from Li Zongbao's. His corporeal body struggled to break free, and he even opened his mouth to scream. He really wanted to tell the truth, and let Zi Ming take out the soul artifact that imprisoned the demon's soul. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't even say a single word. Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao, and there was helplessness in both of their eyes.
They knew that the danger today was far greater than anything they had ever faced before.
When the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Perhaps, these 4 Taoist sect disciples who came to Meng Mountains from thousands of miles away were really going to die in the fierce struggle for power in Back Earth Stockade. As for Xiaohua, the only person who could create a miracle, he was trapped in the mysterious dark cloud. Countless soul strands were moving around like lightning, and strands of green light were flashing. One after another, shapeless green seal text was forming and disappearing amidst strange noises. The current situation was somewhat similar to when Xiaohua condensed his core. His endless potential was forced out under the threat of death. Furthermore, Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about how to consume the rejuvenation pill, and how to replenish the loss of his life essence. But, how could the ancient green seal text be so easy to comprehend? How could the so-called witchcraft curse be released so easily by the soul strands?
Enter the ancestral hall. After G-Man finished speaking, he looked at Xiaohua and the others with disgust, and then looked at Zi Ming who had an unusually calm face. He waved his hand and gave an order, and then walked out of the hall.
Following G-Man's orders, the guards who had just killed Zi Ming's subordinates rushed out, each of them grabbing Xueqi and the rest. Their hands that were still stained with blood were grabbing Xueqi and the rest by their necks. As for Fairy Hong Xia and Zi Ming, they were helped up by the maidservants and followed behind the guards. After coming out from the hall, Ji Man's face was still pale. What happened to Zi Ming and Zi Yan was a huge blow to her. She had tried her best to maintain the balance of power in Back Earth Stockade, but things had come to a stage that she didn't want to see. The crowd was like a tide, and Ji Man was standing at the tip of the tide. Everyone behind her had a panicked and shocked expression. It was as if they had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, and suddenly realized that the things that didn't happen in their dreams had actually happened. Young Miss Zi Ming had actually killed Zi Yan, and Ji Man was actually going to kill Zi Ming without Elder Wu's permission. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and a smear of white appeared in the sky. Clouds the size of a fist covered the sky, and the edges of the clouds were faintly golden. When the golden light fell, it illuminated the entire Back Earth Stockade, illuminating the crowd. Following Ji Man, they passed through the various halls of the Back Earth Stockade, and arrived at the back of the mountain. There were also some halls behind the mountain, but these halls were different from the ones in front of the mountain. These halls were all huge. Some were built with large stones, some were supported by huge trees, and each hall was inlaid with countless white bones. Most of the palaces in the front of the mountain were red in color, but these halls were mostly dark green in color. The back of the mountain was rather barren, with rugged rocks and thick withered trees everywhere. Even in between the halls, one could vaguely see some white bones. If Xueqi opened his eyes right now and saw such a scene, perhaps he wouldn't be as surprised as he was when he saw the palaces in Back Earth Stockade, because this barren scene was what he had imagined the shaman's stronghold to be like. Unfortunately, Xueqi was casually carried by a dark and skinny guard, like a hunter carrying his prey. Although Xueqi's forehead would occasionally flash with a green glow, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the green glow, it didn't attract the guard's attention at all. Walking along the wide mountain path, Ji Man arrived in front of a huge hall in the time it took to eat a meal. This hall was obviously different from the other halls. Not only was it because the entire hall was white in color, but also because the doors and pillars were all built with white bones. On top of these white bones, countless strange beasts and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. The sound mirage beast that Xueqi and Zi Ming encountered in the Sea of Netherworld was actually one of these nether beasts. Ji Man came to a stop in front of the door. Waving her hand, she began to mutter something under her breath. A faint green light began to emerge from the bone staff in her hand. But just as she was about to open the soul array, a scorching hot and furious soul scent swept over from afar. Pang pang pang. A series of popping noises followed. Ah! Screams of agony began to ring through the air. Humph! Ji Man sensed it and snorted coldly. The green glow in her hand dissipated, and she turned around to see where the soul sense came from. In the dimly lit sky, an orange-red flame was flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, there were already many guards of Back Earth Stockade riding their soul beasts in front of this flame, but no matter if it was soul beasts or soul warriors, before they could even get close to the flame, a dark red flame flashed around their bodies, and their bodies exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they fell from the sky. Woo woo, woo woo. A deep and furious roar came from afar, and an indescribable feeling of dryness suddenly appeared in Ji Man's heart. They're finally here. Ji Man's body flashed with green light as she spoke in a low voice. G. In contrast to Ji Man's calmness, at the foot of the mountain furthest away from Ji Man, the ground beneath the feet of the soul warriors had already begun to crack open. The originally dry soil was drying up and turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grains of yellow sand were gradually forming. The soul warriors couldn't help but begin to panic. Raising their heads to look at the massacre in the sky, they cried out in alarm despite knowing that they couldn't panic. Woo woo, sensing the arrival of Hanba, Xiao Mao opened his mouth and let out a whimper. He stopped struggling, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Boom boom boom, more and more soul warriors flew into the sky to stop Hanba, but they weren't a match for Hanba at all. Hanba's thick palm would raise from time to time, and every time it raised, several soul warriors would turn into a mist of blood. Every time it raised its palm, several soul warriors would scream and fall from the sky with sparks flying all over their bodies.